Call our regular meeting of City Council for Monday, December 16th, 2024 to order. First order of business is 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Murray Pratt and Walter Fritsche here with the Dawson Creek and District Exhibition Association in attendance regarding the 2024 Dawson Creek Exhibition.
That one?
I got mine off. Oh, there we go. I'm back on now too. So yeah, welcome gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Walter Fritsche. He's first vice president of the exhibition this year, and I'm the president this year.
Congratulations.
So, new position for both of us, I guess. Looking forward to the next couple years or however long it takes, I guess. Or 25.
At least you're realistic.
That's right. Anyway, we're happy to come and give a report. We do this annually. First time I've been front and center, but not a whole lot. We didn't have a great amount of time to put something together this year. We've been busy with the change in the directors and the executive, and we're also in the process of building this barn with the college and the city. In fact, we're starting to put piles in this morning, if you can imagine.
Nice.
25 below.
Good morning.
But
start.
It is what it is. Not a whole lot that I can say. We did submit a report. We do a report annually at our AGM with all of the division reports. I think that's been forwarded to everybody here so you can have a look, along with our list of the new directors and the elected executives. Our financial statement is in, and I think that she's got it up on the screen there if that everybody can see that. Couple things that we do according to our lease agreement is added events over the fall fair. We've run a spring rodeo now. We've done it 2014 and 2015, and then we broke for a few years. Tried it again for the last 3 years. We made a commitment to try it, and we've yet to see any profit or even a break-even point. So that is something we've tabled for this year. With that in mind, we're trying to save the fall fair without dragging it down with something that's not going to work. So I have talked to the Ovintiv Center and Dustin there. We got some ideas too. A little bit of change in the economy. We've inquired with Grand Prairie. They saw some slide in their numbers too. And some of the other events at the Ovintiv Center too, it's down a bit. So we're kind of hesitant to jump in without some kind of change or better forecast. Anyway, our objective, Walter and myself, is to carry on the fall fair as best we can and make it the greatest show in the piece that's been started. Walter, did you have anything?
No, I don't think so. Just we've got to make a few changes, and those changes are going to be for the better for everybody.
We did see a slide in our attendance this summer, and to put on an event without having a firm income makes it real tough when you're trying to line up entertainment and pay contracts and such. So it will be this next year will be a bit of a challenge to balance, and we're moving forward. Like Walter says, we're taking steps to keep this thing running and running well. So. Other than that, appreciate all the help from the city. Ryan has been great. We've got a long-term lease agreement back to 2029, and looking forward to moving with the Ovintiv Center on different things as well. So I guess I'm a little bit ahead of time. If you guys have questions, I can try and answer.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you both for coming in, and congratulations on your new
Yeah,
roles.
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll open it up to council first. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, thank you for taking on this important role, you guys. So the net loss was 302,000.
Yes, sir.
The previous year's net loss was 300 and something thousand.
Yeah, right around, yeah.
So how are you? So you're thinking of dropping the spring rodeo
We
as
have no
one
choice,
of your strategies for cutting the loss, right?
yeah. Yes.
How much do you think that will help you? You've got a ballpark figure? Are you going to save 100,000 or of that 300 or?
Probably just a little over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And any other strategies in mind?
Like I say, we're going to shorten our budget on the fall this year too. We've had two or three good years. In fact, we've been on the upswing, and now we've kind of hit the top and it's fallen back. So, I mean, some of our entertainment, we're going to have to go with the lesser value contracts and tighten up the purse strings on that end.
Yeah.
And still keep an affordable show.
So one of the things that has been an issue over the years I've been on council, issue may be the wrong word. For me, it's a concern, it's a worry, and I would just like to raise it with you guys. The future of the grandstand and its safety. There are quite a few people talk to me about that over the time. And so what are the plans for replacing that grandstand? I've heard figures such as, and staff will correct me if I make incorrect statements, but I've heard figures around $10 million. So what type of discussions are you having about the management of your assets, and with a particular reference for my concern over safety? Because, you know, a lot of people sit there. So what is your board's discussions, and how do you see dealing with that issue?
The grandstand is part of our 10-year plan, and we've been maintaining it along with the help from the city, and it is actually a partnership with the city in our lease agreement that they will help us with the grandstand. So I mean, it is in the annual look back or the 10-year plan as well, and I don't think we've really come to any conclusion as to timeline yet, as long as our annual inspections and our maintenance plan is together.
So by shared responsibility, maybe staff, will the city have to be setting money aside to help finance that replacement? And is there a 50-50 ratio, 70-30? What is the proportionality of that?
Well, maybe let the city team respond to that, but I know from just the past sitting here, there's engineers that go in every year and look at it, and that's what we've determined, and then we work with them to keep it up to speed. If it ever gets to the point where it's not, we'll deal with it, but that was the last direction I remember from council, was to continuing to do that, because that report we got, there was no other major things that came out of that. So.
Yeah, through your worship, you're exactly right. So we annually go in, inspect, repair, maintain to ensure the safety and integrity of the current structure. Don't have any current estimates on a replacement at this point. I think from a capital nature, we haven't had the discussions of that partnership, of what it could look like. I think what you've seen with the association over the years is that they're willing to invest into it. They're starting a project right now with a barn. So I think that's a discussion that we obviously could have with them and see what that looks like. But there's definitely going to be a commitment on our side, I would say.
Thank you.
So just, and what about in the lease agreement? Is there any reference to the share in capital? It's just open-ended about that?
Doesn't specify any specifics around shares.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to our delegation. And to echo Councillor Parslow's sentiment, thank you for taking this on, and congratulations on the new positions. So with respect to, I guess, some of the things you touched upon, and I'm glad to hear you're collaborating with Dustin at the OEC, and while, you know, it's not great to be facing these headwinds, it's good to know that it's not exclusive to you.
That's right.
I guess my mind goes two ways in seeing this and hearing those sentiments echoed. Is it something that maybe is a temporary blip on the radar as a result of the increased inflation we've seen over the last year or two, or is it reflective of a larger change in the demographics and what the community's looking for and stuff like that? I'm not sure if your conversations were that far ranging, but what was your
I think
sense?
there's been a lot of discussion. We attend annually our CPRA convention in Edmonton at the Finals Rodeo.
Yep.
And I think at the end of the day, people don't have money in their pockets. They're buying gasoline and groceries. Specifically to our event, we saw Saturday was a huge day. And I think what happened is that the people that would typically go for 3 or 4 days went 1 day.
Yeah.
So, you know, the Saturday is the big day, but we saw a slide in the days leading up to it. Even Friday was down from normal. So, and with the same problems with the Ovintiv Center, and even Grand Prairie Stampede had the same situation. Okay. So it is across the board, and that's making us think that there is, you know, a problem with the economy or people's spending money.
Okay. Thank you.
That's why we got to buckle up and tighten things up here. Hard to say where we'll be at this year, but it's quite a challenge.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's I think a challenge for everybody who, you know, whether they're profit or non-profit, is providing entertainment is when people's belts get tight, and that's the first thing to go. So, once again, thank you guys for taking this on, and encouraged by your presence here and to keep the dialogue open and see obviously what we can do to help and keep the event strong.
Right on, thank
Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? I just wanted to, I didn't have much to add. I know we had a conversation last week, but I want to thank both of you for coming in and congratulate you. Also thank Connie for her past years as well. So if you can pass that on. And it's exciting to see like the partnership with Northern Lights College. I wanted to touch on that a little bit, like being down there, and that's a commitment from you guys as well, but bringing our community together where it's, you know, empowering our community, working together to enhance the facility. It's definitely amazing to see, and I know we were down there last week with the college students, so it's just exciting to see, and I think they're looking forward to it as well. So, and I mean, obviously you're aware that there was some challenges the last couple of years, and definitely have confidence that you guys are making the adjustments to do that, so it's good to hear that. So
you bet. Thanks again for having us.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I guess you can stay there, Murray. Next order of business, 2.2, we have Dakota Juell, resident, and Murray Pratt with the South Peace Oilmen's in attendance regarding the Dawson Creek Splash Park. So welcome again.
I'd like to say first thank you and good morning, Your Worship and council members, and thank you so much for taking the time to have us as a delegation. So I'm here before council to present a proposal with not only proposal but support. This proposal stems from conversations that I have initiated with other mothers and citizens in the community, along with working with the South Peace Oilmen's Association, Murray Pratt here. Today, I'm providing a letter of support that the South Peace Oilmen's Association has provided. It is in your guys' agenda notes there, as well as the association to work with the city in a decision to move forward on this much needed asset facility. So to be transparent, I'm aiming to remove any potential barriers for the city to reject this project. It's a clear need within our community. You guys have the report, you have the feedback from the community to see that they want this. I'm just trying to help be a voice. As a mother myself of young children, I have one on the way, I have one 2-year-old right now. I can attest that there is not a lot to do outside in our community right now in the summer months with the heat that we have been having. I am fortunate enough that I can leave the community to go to Hudson Hope, Spirit River, Fort St. John, and utilize their summer water facilities. But I don't love leaving my community. I want to support my community. There should not be a reason that myself and other fortunate mothers have to go to seek this when there's other people in the community that aren't as fortunate. So this is an asset that we definitely need. We need suitable recreation. And again, I really want to hone in on how crucial it is that I think we need to support the community and expand it. And this asset is really going to help with that. So along with the letter from the South Peace Oilmen's Association, myself, a member of the community, trying to get this project up and going, I plan to assist on fundraising with a comprehensive list of industry, businesses in the community and surrounding area to raise capital funds if it's deemed necessary upon meeting with the association and the city, and help in any way I can as a citizen. I'm a Peace River Regional District member, so I'm not a City of Dawson Creek citizen, but I still prefer to come here than go elsewhere. So that's pretty much all I have to say. I just want to thank you guys for considering this, hearing what I have to say as a surrounding community member, and my voice for a lot of other community members that think we need this asset in the community.
Perfect, thank you. Did you want to add anything, Marty, or you're?
No, I just, on behalf of the Oilmans, this is our mandate, is to support youth in the community and betterment of the community. And we see young people wanting to be involved and to come forward with stuff like this. We should probably step up and back them and best we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you both. Want to thank you to the South Peace Oilmans for multiple things they do in our community, but I want to thank you, Dakota, for coming here. I want to thank you for stepping up. In a world that we live in that's pretty tough right now, there can be a lot of comments and stuff and social media that we are exposed to, but yourself and the other mothers that went outside of that and came forward, I just want to thank you for putting the effort in and to stand up for what you believe. I think it's important, whatever way that goes. It's huge to have that and to empower our community. And I want to touch on one other thing. When you say that you're in the regional district, we don't look at Dawson Creek as just Dawson Creek. We look at Dawson Creek as we service this whole area and we're all in this together. So I believe strongly from this council that our decisions are not always what's best for Dawson Creek. It's really what's best for the whole region and all of our neighbors, whether they're directly in our limits or not. So thank you. You can open up to council for questions. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dakota, thanks so very much for coming in. I agree with Murray when we see the next generation being very passionate about their desires in the community. It's always great to see them stepping up and going hard for it. For myself, I would really like to see us have a splash park, but I don't see how this community at this time can afford the operational cost of a splash park. We are already in a water crisis where we had to go into water restrictions midwinter last year and go into our reserves. We had to tell industry members in our community, strong community members who give a lot to this community, that they couldn't have the water to run their businesses. Right now it's a great want, and I think everybody on this council has shown their desire to support youth and do many things for youth, but just because we want it so bad, I don't know that is something that we can honestly do in good conscience. I'd love for us to have a splash park. I really would. But as Murray said in his last delegation, people's expendable income is very short right now. People don't have money for extra taxes. We already have to have tax increases for monies we've lost in revenue, including BC Hydro, et cetera, et cetera. We don't need to further stress our senior population, our young single mothers who are very much paycheck to paycheck on a good week, or paycheck, a hope and a prayer to next paycheck. I just don't think it would be responsible of this council to support a splash park at this time. I'd love to see it. Don't get me wrong. I recognize it is a huge want in this community, but I think it's up to us to be responsible and say that our wants and our needs are two very different things. Thank you so very much for your passion for the community and wanting to make it better. I super appreciate it, and I encourage you to continue on. But at this time, I cannot support a splash park. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other comments? Cyril? No. No, okay. Oh, Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment to Murray. Just as background, we have a project going on at the Mile Zero Park, the pump track. And we were promised support from industry that has not materialized. And now we're finding highly likely to have to find 350,000. These are great partners, and this is not a criticism of anybody associated with the oil and gas industry whatsoever. As has been said, the Oilmen has just done so many wonderful things. But business is also, I think, hurting. And circumstances happen where a partner goes bankrupt and everybody's left scrambling. And I'm just saying that we go out on a limb and it doesn't happen, and 350,000 translates to a 2% tax hike if we had to do it, if that didn't go. And so I'm a little nervous about partnerships right now, with all the deepest respect for all the wonderful things that the South Peace Oilmen has done and continues to do. My family's benefited from it in a time of need. And so again, thank you to the organization, but I just want to give you, just an example, I could give you a long list of needs in the community.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to get into any debates about that. I appreciate what my colleague, Councillor McDonald, said about people. But again, it's financially tough, and I'm not happy about our city's finances. And I have a great deal of empathy for wealth generators and the struggles they find themselves in with our ever-changing political environment and economic environment. And so that's just background information. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to our delegation for coming. I guess, yeah, I mean, to Councillor Parslow and Councillor McDonald's point, this is a tough one. And while I appreciate the willingness to help out with respect to the initial capital build in the letter, I think Councillor McDonald kind of touched on it. That's not the chief challenge, because we do have a significant portion of this is funded by, the build itself is funded by the provincial government through a grant. The challenge we're faced with is the operational costs, which our former counselor or former colleague Councillor Javetkov used to get in trouble when he'd call provincial grants the gift that keeps on taking, because they cover the capital cost and then sadly with the operational costs, and those are what kind of cannibalize your capacity over time to do other things. So that's one of the challenges, is the operational costs of this would include probably a 1% tax increase generously on top of what's already scheduled to keep up with inflation and meet the city's other capital commitments. And that's kind of what makes it tough for me. Is it's a wonderful sentiment, and I guess my decision will be dependent upon whether or not, as we work our way through this budget, we're willing to, incur even further costs to provide for the operations of this. And it is challenging. Obviously, there are ecological considerations as we're 2 years into a drought, and water-based amenities might not send the right message to industry, who was cut off from potable water earlier this year. It's certainly a lot to think about, and the fact that it does have the endorsement of industry does mean something. Where we ultimately land as a council, I'm not sure. And I just add, I guess, one other complicating wrinkle to this is that we got a preliminary report, I think September 9th, for the tangible capital asset management plan that told us it basically the beginning of a roadmap to what we're expected to put away for capital replacement and what needs to be spent and allocated. And without getting into too much detail, you can look at it if you want. It's a staggering amount of money. And it's for core services like roads, like sewers, like potable water. Those, as Councillor McDonald noted, the distinction between wants and needs becomes pretty apparent. So I don't know whether or not council is going to be able to go ahead with this at this time. I did want to thank you and kind of let you know what some of the other competing things we're faced with are. It's not a matter of not wanting things for youth. I think we'd all like to be able to provide everything that our kids want, but we are, and it's not that the city's finances are abysmal or anything like that. We've greatly improved our financial position over the last several years, but getting that tangible asset management plan made it pretty clear that there's still a ways to go. So, I don't know where we're going to land. We've got our first draft of the budget, and we'll work through that, and hopefully we can find a way forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Earl. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Dakota and Mr. Murray. I know the need, the feeling. Actually, when the Splash Park was presented before us, I was pretty excited as well. But sitting here like for, I think, 2 years now, I think. Yeah, it changes because of, the financial position, what are the priorities. I understand the need. Even me, for example, from my community, they want that, especially coming from a tropical country which lots of waters. But here, it's really scarce. But maybe in 2 years or maybe 3 years, so maybe it will be in the city's park list to do in the future. But for now, I really want it. But for now, really, the financial position is there's the priorities, and I hope you don't lose your trust to the city, because sometimes these social media things are really banging each other, the negative, the positive. I hope it will not change your outlook with or your concept with the city. The city is doing our best, or its best to serve the community even outside from the city. So I hope you don't lose that to our wonderful people here in the city. So yeah, Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Any other discussion? No? Yeah, I just, want to thank you both again, and definitely it's been, thank you for taking the time really out of your day to do this and all the efforts you've put in. It doesn't go unnoticed, so, yeah, thank you.
Good. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Have a nice day. Thank you. Vary the agenda. Deal with 4 late items. 4.1, we have a late item memo from Councillor Parslow regarding items for consideration in the 2025 capital budget. Just need a motion to accept this late item. Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor Kemp. I will call that motion to vote. Need some more votes, please. Oh.
There.
Vote is closed. It's carried. Now I'm going to go to 5 new councillor business and just Councillor Parslow to speak to this memo.
To my late item.
To the late item, or we're under now new councillor business, right? Yeah. So you'll need a recommendation. So we're under new councillor business now to deal with your letter that you added as a late item.
Okay, some background on that. As you see by the date, I sent Kevin this letter with some list of things that I wanted to presented and discussed. I guess in the preparation of the budget, staff had their capital items in October, and Melissa moved forward with developing the budget based upon that. I was not aware of the timelines that were put forward about beginning to make decisions about our budget for this December meeting. I think there might have been a bit of a communication hiccup, but these items, some of which are addressed in the existing budget, I do think that they will be discussed. Some of the items are not. But we've also got thrown into the mix, and I've not in any way been critical of anyone here. These things happen in a dynamic organization. But we've also got a meeting scheduled in January to revisit our strategic planning. And that is a very necessary thing because there's been changes in circumstances which are impacting the workload of staff, and there's also new dynamics that we need to consider in the community. And so from my view, we need to be very careful that we do have a full and frank discussion around our strategic directions, which will impact our budget one way or the other. And so that's why I submitted these items. I don't know what more I can say.
There's a proposed motion there. Were you planning
Is
to
there?
put a motion
Okay.
forward?
It's been such a long time since I wrote this. The proposed motion, it's in the agenda, isn't
Here,
it?
Councillor Parslow.
Our corporate officer worked with me on this a little bit. So the promotion is that Council consider the inclusion of the above-mentioned items in the 2025 draft budget. Further, the Council discuss these items at the strategic plan review to take place in January 2025.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor McDonald. Anybody, any questions? I do a couple, I guess. One, I did see this list previously and appreciate you for putting it forward, but I think like there's a process to get things on the budget, and we bring it to council, we talk about it, it then gets moved to council. Like for each councillor to put a list together like this and give it to our CAO and expect it to be put into budget, and this is with all due respect, I don't feel like that's the process to take. I feel like this is your wants or your opinions on it, which is completely fair, but I don't think it's fair to our staff for all 7 of us to submit lists. I think there's a process that it comes to council, we talk about it, and if we want to see it at the budget, it goes to the budget. So now we have the budget here today for draft 1, and then we have these, which some of them are captured for sure. And then to go through a little bit of your list, like the Rotary recreation one, I think there's some that's covered in the budget, but they also have a lease that's in place and guidelines for them to get that information to us, which I think is early summer. So a lot of these are covered in there. I do, we talk about the strategic plan in here, and we are looking at, in January, we're going through our strategic plan, but in the same breath, we have a strategic plan that we've been operating under daily, and I think we've been holding true to that, and we're seeing those results in the community. So we are going to review that in January and look at it, but yeah, and I'm not saying any of this because I don't, think this is right putting it forward. I just understand why it's not all on the budget. So, Councillor, yeah,
Want me to respond?
Yeah, you can, sure, yeah.
Okay. As you know, I think we all know we have a really good relationships in council and with staff. And one of the things that before I submit them to council as a whole is I always want to check with staff around accuracy. And you talked about process. Well, I'm not aware of the process. Everything does have to flow through council, and I agree with that. But I do think that we've moved our dates forward a bit, I think. I mean, for many years, we didn't even get involved in budget until, was it February, staff? And we've moved things forward, and I'm not aware of schedule for input from individual council members. I'm really not aware of it. The intention of this would always be that it goes through council.
Yeah.
But I don't want to present things that are erroneous in fact, right? And so last year I had a meeting with finance officer and staff and around some things, and just sent it out as a letter of concern to my fellow council members. I did not get any response. This year, my intention was to put it on, but that's why I'm saying I think there's a bit of a communication thing But then I heard at the last council meeting that we were going to be getting our first draft and certain for December, and some decisions were going to be made, which again was maybe that was announced in the schedule of things, but I don't recall seeing that. I was expecting that we would be making some decisions around budget in January, which is, I think, what we did last year. So,
Okay.
There you have it.
Thank you. Councillor Earl, were you? You're doing. Councillor Earl?
Just, I guess, a couple questions through to Councillor Parslow for some clarification. So I think a couple things in here are somewhat accounted for in the budget. Upgrades to Ken Arena, development of a multi-sport complex, K-PAC refurbishments to one degree or another, maybe not specific to what you had in mind, but some are included in there. Construction of a challenge playground designed for youth and young adults, Rotary Recreation Park. I once again, I would, I know Ryan's done some work on playground refurbishment and putting together a plan to have some playgrounds, and that includes an accessibility element. The challenge playground, I'm not sure how that fits into it. The three, infrastructure funding for the construction of daycare facilities, infrastructure funding for income-based housing, ideally integrated into the downtown revitalization plan, infrastructure funding to develop transition housing in the community. Are these not chiefly provincial areas of provincial jurisdiction and responsibility? Is this with an intent to have some sort of matching funds available in capital should a grant present itself, or are we looking to take the lead on these issues?
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah. There's provincial funding for these things. As you keep on top of what goes on around the province, like myself. Many communities are accessing funding to address these matters. But they also, the municipal governments are complaining they have to bear the infrastructure cost. So just with an example that I sent to all council members about Prince George, they now have a ATCO trailer set up for homeless people, fully funded by BC Housing, with wraparound support services funded through Northern Health and the former Ministry of Mental Health. But the city of Prince George had to, for this about $8 million project, had to put in the infrastructure, costing them about $500,000. Just an example. So if we're going to move forward on any of these things, we need to know that at the present arrangements, whilst the capital for the actual build and the operating costs with all the support services are provincial, we will have some costs with the infrastructure. And imagine the land we could donate, if we have land, right? Yes.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to see our homeless spend another winter, mentally ill people and homeless under canvas. I want them to be taken care of. And the turnaround for these builds is about 3 or 4 months. And I can only see from what happens if we do nothing. We'll say, when we come across these projects or we have presentations on, where do we find the money? Now's the time to be thinking about what might be. But we haven't even discussed these matters, yet. And that's not meant as a criticism. Things go on, and we need to be flexible when new things come about. We haven't made any decisions on these. We've had no really meaningful interaction with the various organizations that might support this project. But that's not meant as a criticism at all. I'm just saying our budget needs to reflect this possibility.
So is that, in your eyes, something akin to with the flood mitigation fund, where we had a designated, segregated fund where we put a portion of capital reserves into for in such an event that
is a possibility. Okay. But again, the council received a set of asks from a mixture of volunteers, people who work for community agencies, and some people from different provincial government branches. We need to work at that. And for me, I am passionate about supporting our vulnerable people, our vulnerable citizens. And I'm sure every member of this council is as well. And we just need to find time to deal it. But budget is what we resource things, and we need to have some resource funding. Your idea is a good parallel, but I don't think these pressing topics should be rushed, but we need to set some money aside. that's where I'm at on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. So do you need any clarification? I guess the motion is just that the above mentioned items are discussed in the 2025 draft, and that there's discussion at the strategic plan to take place in January. So, I mean, we obviously have draft one budget today, and these aren't all in there. So what does that mean if this motion goes forward?
Yeah, so through your worship, what I see is if the motion passes, then we include that as part of the draft one discussion as these
Okay.
items. I think that's
Okay.
what Councillor Parslow is looking for.
Is that okay? All right. I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. I'm just going to take like a quick 5-minute break and start back in just right after 10. 2024 back to order. I'm actually going to vary the agenda right now as well, and we got some time things happening later this day, so we're going to go to 9.3, report number 24-143 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2025 Draft 1 budget. Do you want a recommendation first, or did you want to speak to it first, Melissa? Probably.
So through your worship, I think the first recommendation is for discussion.
Yeah,
We do
so-
that, and then you can let Melissa walk through.
Perfect. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to make a motion to open for discussion, 9.31 for discussion.
I have a second. Councillor Sudnick. I will call that motion to vote. You got the definition of that? One more to vote, please.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was me.
Vote is closed. Usually it's me, I had to look, so thank you. Over to you, Melissa. I will turn you on there.
Thank you. So Council received a 2025 Budget Assumptions Report on October 1st. Today's report is Draft 1 of the 2025 budget. Draft 2 will be presented in January, with Draft 3 following in March. On March 24th, the first 3 readings of the 5-year financial plan bylaw will be read and adopted. Updates will be continued to be made within each draft as we receive more accurate information. Public consultation is scheduled to tentatively occur on or near February 10th, and this will allow ample time to incorporate changes by Draft 3, which is scheduled a month following. I do encourage the public to attend that to have your voice heard. I'll start off by looking at the total operating revenues, and so that's on page 119 of the package. They are budgeted to increase by $2.4 million, which represents a 4.84% increase. The bulk of the revenue source, 44%, comes from municipal taxes. Draft 1 considers a 5.5 increase to all property taxes, and this is inclusive of the paving levy. For each additional 1% increase in proposed mill rate, it will generate an additional $209,000 in municipal taxes and just over $3,000 towards the paving levy. The table included on page 120 breaks down the mill rate for each class.
Melissa, sorry, just to interrupt. When you're referring to 120,
Yes.
it's not in our package.
Oh, I apologize. Page 4. I was looking at the page on the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank goodness it's not 120 pages long.
I was like looking through our binder. I'm like, yeah, that's different than what you're speaking to. So,
I apologize.
Right.
Okay, page 4. The table included breaks down the mill rate for each class. Something we did look at last year is if the commercial rate was kept consistent with the rate in 2024 with a 0% increase, and assigning the resulting deficit onto the residential mill rate. It would require a residential mill rate increase of 12% as compared to the 5.5. So just so you have that information. The total municipal taxes are comprised of $22.1 million related to municipal taxes and $336,000, which is related to the paving levy. It should be noted that the property taxes are based on the 2025 preview roll, which is an estimate of assessment values. These amounts will be firmed up in a future draft as we receive the completed roll. Residential makes up 43% of the total property tax revenue, with commercial making up 50%. And those percents are fairly consistent with the prior years. The budget assumption report that you received in October was forecasting a 2% increase in assessment values. The preview roll that we received showed an increase only of 1.71%, and therefore the updated 2024 preview assessment, 2025, resulted in a loss of $155,000 in property tax revenue. So that was a change from the budget assumptions report. When looking at the other revenue sources, the percentage changes from prior year are fairly stable, and that's back to page 3. Included in this budget is the 48% reduction in the grants in lieu from BC Hydro. The PRA grant was estimated at the level that we receive in 2024, and that information is on page 5. Historically, the grant has increased by 2.73% in 2024 and 2.12% in 2023. This will be updated in draft 3 once we have the confirmed funding from the Peace River Regional District formula adjustments, and that's expected to be received in late January 2025. But based on previous increases, hopefully to see that go up once we receive those confirmed numbers. The current transfer of capital of $9.4 million is achieved in the draft 1 budget, and this meets the current year goals towards working towards the 70-30 by 2030. When we look at the allocation, in 2024, it was $7.3 million towards operating. To reach the goal by 2030, that needs to decrease by $5 million. And so, because we need to reduce it to $2.3 million, the way that we do get there is by some cuts in operating, but simultaneously by 2030, our amount that we allocate towards the debt servicing is also decreasing. So of that $2.3 million, we're going to make up a significant portion by the reduction in debt that right now the operating fund only needs to absorb a reduction of $800,000. That does assume that we do not take on any additional new debt. The debt that's mentioned later on in the report, specifically towards the sewer trunk main, is related to a utility account, so we wouldn't see that impact this PRA calculation. On to page 6, we see new revenue streams for 2025 include pet license fees, rental revenue from the medical clinic, Oventive Event Center ice fees, and estimated revenue from the BC hockey event. Interest on investment was estimated at $3.8 million. And sorry, that's on page 7. This is using the current locked-in investments and assumes a conservative reinvestment rate of 3%. We're still seeing reinvestment rates higher than 4 right now. Of this amount, 1.89 is estimated to be allocated to the general operating fund. Given the current portfolio investment balance, if we did have that and it was at the amounts that we were seeing pre-increases at 2.23, it would result in interest revenue of $836,000. So it just goes to show our previous budgeted amount of $250 is no longer accurate. A decision on the increased interest revenue on investment is included later in this report. The bottom of page 7 talks about the water utilities. They're proposed to increase by 10.76%. This year, 100% of the current year's infrastructure charge is being transferred to capital. And for the first time, we are proposing to transfer the expected surplus of the 1.288 million you're seeing there in 2025 to the capital fund as well. And that's a shift in previous years where it just accumulated within the general water utility fund. And this is when we look at the sewer utilities, the same assumptions or the same recommendation is being made that the surplus of 519,000 is transferred to capital as well as transferring 100% of the infrastructure and reclaimed water sales. With reclaimed water sales, we are budgeting them at 2 million. Water sales as of November 30th in 2024 were 2.8 million. That's a relatively new revenue stream though for the city, and so if that 2 million isn't achieved, then we won't be transferring as much to the capital fund. When we look at the expense side, which starts on page 9 of the report, the budgeted operating expenses total 37.6 million, which is an increase of 4.1% from the prior year. And looking at the percent changes year over year, you can see there were large increases in protective services and the Ovintiv Event Center. Protective services increased by 816,000, and that's primarily related to contract increases within the police and fire departments, as well as including the new manager for emergency management that is being budgeted for a full year, whereas in the prior year it was only budgeted for 6 months. But there is an offsetting grant on the revenue side to help pay for that position. Ovintiv Event Center increased by 328,000. 200 of this is projected in an increase in the net subsidy that has remained unchanged from 2019. An additional 255,000 is budgeted to support the 1-year trial period of ice at the Ovintiv Event Center, but that only required an increase of 111 to the budget because it already included the extension of the ice surface this fall in 2024, so didn't require as much. If we flip to page 10, the report provides details on total envelope expenditures, but also provides an analysis per expenditure category. Wages and benefits is the largest expenditure at 42%. The allocation to wages is logical and crucial as a service provider to the citizens of Dawson Creek. The wages and benefit expense includes a variance factor for the first time this year. Staff examined the actual to budget in police, public works, and community services. With the overtime in police, it was determined that no savings could be realized, but in public works and community services, it was calculated that on average, we're seeing actuals to be about 85% of budget. And so by putting in a variance factor, it equals to savings of 562,000. And that was done with a goal to budget more accurately. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to not hire staff. It's just recognizing that sometimes we have vacancies we can't fill, delays in hires, or also employees potentially on leaves. Well, at the bottom of page 11, the table details the transfers from the operating. You'll see the PRA to capital of 9.4 million, and that's inclusive of the 500,000 that's going directly to the fire department reserve. There is also a 5 million transfer from operating to capital to repay the 2024 capital paving program, as reserves were used in 2024, and there was a motion to pay that back within the 2025 budget. Additionally, you'll see, primarily as a result of the increased interest rate revenue and vacancy factor, the operating fund was in a surplus at the end of all considerations of 701,000, and so staff are recommending that this amount be transferred to capital as well. When we look at debt servicing, which is on page 12 of the report, large changes are just in the Municipal Finance Authority debt payments and related to loans being paid off. Page 13 details the capital budget, which totals $40.4 million, 10.5 of which is related to carry forward funding. The breakdown and detail of these projects is included in your budget binder. For the first time, staff has also created a separate project budget that's labeled as conditional grants. And these are projects that will only proceed if the grants are approved. We did this because we didn't want to tie up current capital dollars, which we have potentially done in the past when we don't have approval for these projects yet. If approved, council will have the option to look at capital reserves. It should be noted though, 2 of the conditional projects are tied to the airport. And there is money available in the carry forward that if those are approved, that the percent that the City of Dawson Creek will need to be responsible for is available. And it will also, by having this conditional grants bucket, it also reduces the variances we see within the budget, because often we'll budget on having potentially millions from, as an example, an ACAP grant that we know we're not going to be eligible for. When we look at page 15 of the report, the year-end operating deficit of $5 million, and it's $5,040,000, was planned and related to the repayment of the 2024 capital paving program. The remaining $40,000 is related to the murals project that carried over of $10,000. And $30,000 to support the Hockey Canada event from previous year's surpluses. With reviewing the accumulated surplus and reserve balance, which if we look at the bottom of the table is currently $68 million, you will see Council has taken steps and decisions which are greatly going to have contributed to the increase in the reserve funds. And with our asset management plan that we received in September with $1.1 billion in assets and an annual replacement cost of $27.8 million, it's important to have these reserves for future projects. There's information in the report that starts on page 16 that details how the current budget supports the strategic plan. And it's always important for your budget to support your strategic plan so that we're working towards achieving the council's set long-term goals. Different this year, you'll see the recommendation section details some decisions that were deferred to budget or some that staff would like direction on heading into draft 2. And so these items include the South Peace Mile Zero Park Society requests, the trial period of the sports floor in the Kin Arena, the allocation of the Growing Community Fund, funding of the asset management plan, request of grant increase for the public library, funding for Every Child Matters crosswalk, additional RCMP members, a budgeted vacancy factor and interest on investment, and strategic plan funding. I wanted to make clear that some of these items, which include the trial period for the Kin sports floor, allocation of the Growing Community Fund, the public library, the crosswalk, the vacancy factor and interest, and the strategic plan funding are all included in the current budget as presented. In the recommendations, the percent of tax increase was included as an option because if council decides not to look at a vacancy factor or using interest on investment, then we will need to look at the tax increase required if those items would still like to be included. Even if included, council could still consider a tax increase given interest revenue we know will eventually decrease. So I just wanted to explain which items are in and aren't, and I can provide clarity on that as well.
Can you just repeat the ones that are included?
No problem. So the trial period of the sports floor in the arena, the current partial year of the implementation is included, not a full year of the ice cycle, and those costs are detailed in the recommendation. The allocation of the Growing Communities Fund is included, and regardless of what council approves to do with that, it's money that's in reserves, so it's there, and it would just be a reallocation within the capital program as to what council would like to see done with those funds. The request for grant increase for the public library is included for a council decision. The Every Child Matters crosswalk, there's a comment that if the design is simple, it can be included in the current line painting budget, but that was a decision that was deferred to budget or to be brought up in budget. The budgeted vacancy factor and the interest on investment is included, and the strategic plan funding. It probably would have been quicker for me to say the ones that weren't, but just for clarity, the ones that weren't were the South Peace Mile Zero Park Society requests, and those came after budget was closed. The funding of the asset management plan and the additional RCMP members.
Thank you.
So this report details background information as well as links to the previous reports if relevant on these decisions. If not achievable within the current budget, council has the opportunity to either increase the municipal tax rate or reduce expenses on really any decision. And when we're looking at reducing expenses, what that means is a reduction in services. The recommendation options presented to you seek to gain clarity as we proceed through the budget process. That's it.
Thank you, Melissa. And before we get started, I just want to sincerely thank you for your efforts to put this together and your team down there, because going through this couple hundred pages, you can tell every part of it was thought out, and it's very detailed. So thank you.
Thanks. I'll pass that along to the finance team.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll open it up for discussion. Just keep in mind when we're talking about the last part of it, there's 9 recommendations that we're going to be dealing with individually. So for the discussion and not including those, because we'll deal with those individually. So, Councillor Parslow.
Okay, well, I definitely support the comments that the Mayor just made, Melissa. It's a pleasure to be engaged with you as well. And I do appreciate many things in this budget, particularly the increase in our capital reserves. And the fact that you've raised the issue of funding the capital asset plan. Many municipalities are doing that. They have a 1% fund that they add on to their taxes for the infrastructure. Just one question in regard to that. Melissa, you showed me on a screen a certain year that we would be in a position that we can say that we're adequately funding our capital asset plan. Are you planning to present that or not, for my colleagues' understanding?
So through your worship to Councillor Parslow. So I didn't specifically re-include it in the my current presentation. It was in the presentation that was received in September on the asset management plan. For the tax-funded categories, which really is what we're looking at outside of when we refer to water and sewer, the annual infrastructure deficit was $10 million. An annual reinvestment is needed of 21.7, and we currently only put 11.7 towards that. With a deficit of 10 million per year, the recommendation was that an additional 1% was added each year, and the compounded effect is that the deficit would be closed by 2045. And the graph that Councillor Parslow was referring to, if you remember from the presentation, it was the green one that just showed increasing and closing that gap by 2045.
Yeah. So I just want everybody to have that understanding, and I think you have listed that as a decisional point.
Correct.
Whether to do that, right? So I like it because ever since I've been on council, I've been worried about the future of this community, the long-term future, and an action such as that gives me a bit of comfort that we're on the right direction if other councils and subsequent councils keep to it. So I'm just going to make comments about the pathway to 70/30. I really appreciate that this pathway to 70/30 has been clearly enunciated in this budget. And of course, though, with all budgets, you have to make some assumptions. I personally do not think that the assumptions used are deliverable. As you stated in your preamble to this discussion, it's based on the notion that when the debt for Ovintiv comes off, that from that point on, we will not incur any borrowing, any debt. That still leaves open the possibility of internal borrowing. But I really have concerns about the practice of not charging ourselves interest on internal borrowing. To illustrate, if we have a $10 million piece invested and we get 10% interest, we'll get $1 million of earned interest. We spend that, balancing the budget, and we do know that that $10 million now, because of inflation, is not going to buy $10 million of material the following year. In fact, there are items in this budget that show a 24% increase, as an example. Increases beyond our control. If you look at the quotes we get for different projects, staff makes a good effort at estimating the cost of those projects. Sometimes, but I think rarely, the projects come within, but I've seen contingency factors of about 25%. Some cities use 40%. I understand that contingency and appreciate, but it just illustrates the variability that you're going to get on quotes. And so that practice bothers me. So 70/30, the big part of that is reduction of debt. We're not going to borrow, but I don't think that's possible. I think we will find a need to borrow. So you could counter where we can borrow internally, but if we're going to deplete our principal by using that interest, we're just weakening the amounts of money we've got. In one of our discussions that you've made reference to, and I appreciate your comments to me at the start of the meeting. You say that we will. There's not enough money to complete the sewer main and we'll have to borrow money. But you say, well, that's not part of the operating budget. That's the PRA is only applied to that operating budget. But would we, you say we might have to borrow for that. So borrow from where? Internal borrowing or debentures?
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow, we will likely have to, we're going to take a look at what the interest rates and what our current reserve balance is at that time. If required to borrow from MFA, the interest and principal payments will come out of the utility fund. And so that's why the PRA calculation, when we're talking about how much to go to operating, was dealing or has been set up to only consider the debt servicing on the operating side. And it's historically been like that when it was set up with the goal that we're working towards to 2030.
Right. I'm not debating that at all. Mm-hmm. So would that mean a rate increase within the sewer utility to cover the debt?
Yeah, so through your worship, Melissa and I were chatting about this this morning. And so what we did in 2013, when we did the sewer trunk bypass, which was part of the sanitary master plan, is we borrowed for that. And I think at that time, I want to say it was around $8 million. And you do it within the utility, and that results in a utility rate increase to fund that. So it stays within it. One thing we have done over the years since we've had fair share in PRA is we've not utilized it within the utilities. And some have asked, well, why haven't we? Well, we have tried to keep the utilities as a self-funding utility and not to create a false sense of reality by supporting it by the grant. And I think, if there's one thing we've done, that's one less hole we've got to dig ourselves out of. So that's why we've kept it within.
And you won't get any objections from me for that. But it was a big clarification piece, because when I read it, the one statement contradicted the other, but I'm glad we put that to bed, or at least it's put to bed for me. So the reason why I'm saying this is a fragile, worrisome approach is, A, you state that we need to cut about $800,000 in operating between now and 2030. And you are also using the tempestuous interest rate source of revenue to apply that to revenue. And I have problems with that, because that's not assured. I mean, next year it could be 200,000, 300,000. It's not likely to be 800,000 given the way interest rates are moving. And so we would be faced, if that happens in the future years, anywhere between 2025 and 2030, if our earned interest rates, we need to find that money again, either by increased cuts or by increased taxes. So to me, this budget contains a lot of increases, and yet we're faced with the challenge of you state 800,000. I'm not sure how much we're going to apply, if we do apply future earned interest or vacancy rates. You use the vacancy stuff as a revenue stream. They're variables, and I'd like something more secure. And yet when it comes to cutting budgets, as I've shared at least a number of times with staff, I can't, there are some things that once upon a time I thought we could cut, but I don't believe it anymore, such as the airport, because of its vital role in medical evacuation. But to give you an example, transit. I noticed that transit budget has increased by 22.8%. in this budget. And I was hoping that we would be cutting transit altogether and having some alternative system. And so that's a frustration, right? We have a proposal here to increase 2 RCMP officers. Cost to the city $360,000. You state in there, correctly so from my lens at least, that would mean that could be funded through a tax increase of about 2%, I guess. But we keep layering on all these different tax increases, and then we really got to look at affordability. There are other items in the budget that I question the increase need for it, but maybe I'll leave that to other people to identify. Otherwise, I'll come back to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you to staff and everyone in finance for preparing this. It's always makes for a long couple days of reading, but it's good. I think the picture from the budget is overall good news, but there's a number of challenges that are revealed as well. Obviously, more money going to capital, which has been our kind of North Star since I got on council in 2018. It continues to increase, which is great. And the reduction in debt servicing helps to alleviate some of the inflationary pressures on the operational expenses so we can keep putting that money into capital. I think both of those things are positive. As Councillor Parslow noted, they don't come for free. They are coming at a cost in the form of tax and fee increases. We did cut a few $1 million in the last term, but I think to Councillor Parslow's point, you reach an understanding that you can't really completely cut your way out of it, and that at a certain point you're either eliminating cost centers altogether, which the public doesn't seem to have much appetite for, or you are looking for other ways to make ends meet. I think one thing that, before I get into the one or two questions I've got, just generally, one thing that is tremendously vexing for me is if we look at, say, two items, the BC Hydro grant reduction, which is about $500,000, and then the increase in protective services of $800,000. Neither of the contracts for firefighters or RCMP are things we get any say in or the ability to negotiate on. Those cost increases are imposed on us by other levels of government. So just looking at the challenges before us, there's a $1.3 million hole in the budget that exists before anyone here on this side of the table even raises a hand or takes a vote or makes a motion. So in that context, staff has my respect for it obviously to contain the overall increase in operations to, I think, 1%. And that is, once again, heavily influenced by a reduction in debt servicing, but it's still, I think, an impressive feat. One question. So the flood mitigation fund. Now, I knew we had reallocated that $500,000 a year as per motion made by Councillor Parslow and supported by Council to put that into a fund for, I think, a fire truck for the firefighters, which I agreed with and supported. That $1.5 million, I guess 1.6 now with the interest. What are the plans for that? Is that going to hang out in reserves with an intent to put it towards a, as yet unforeseen need potentially having to do with flood mitigation, or are we fairly comfortable with where we are on flood mitigation?
So through your worship, the flood mitigation fund, there's more work to do. I think one could all agree the focus on flood has been diminished over the last few years, but that doesn't mean we should stop working on it. We have to look at some opportunities. Infrastructure-wise, we've got most of of the big projects complete that we needed to do. But we need to look at opportunities from as they arise with, if properties become available along that corridor, whether it makes sense strategically to look at those things, right? One of the big things that we found as we went through that flood mitigation is we can't stop the creek from flooding. It's going to happen. There's only so much infrastructure that you can put in place. What you need to do is, over time, start to create space and buffers. And so that was the direction, really, that we received from council. And so we look at those opportunities as they arise.
And I guess a couple general notes then. It does appear as though the increase in insurance costs is moderating a little bit year over year compared to last year, the sticker shock in budget versus previous years was pretty significant. It does look like, it's still slightly above inflation, but not way out of sorts like the 20% range that we were initially worried about. Are we confident in those numbers, or is this just a temporary reprieve?
Through your worship to Councillor Earl, that's a good question. The big increase last year was also kind of to play catch up because we were under budgeting. We get the insurance invoice really late in the year, and there was a change in staff, and so the amount that's included in the budget is an estimated increase, but based with, I guess I'll say like a partial invoice received. So they're still reconciling that. We usually like to wait, but we held off as long as possible and didn't want to keep the budget still open for that. So you could potentially see an increase coming in a future draft, but we've tried to estimate as accurate as possible.
Okay. And I guess one last question, if the mayor will permit me to kind of bring in a non sequitur. Last year, Kamloops began documenting the costs associated with dealing with some of the provincial and federal policies around harm reduction, public disorder, chronic offenders, things like that, as a tool for, advocacy and publicity to a lesser extent. What is our capacity to do something similar? And how much trouble would it be? I don't know whether it's included in a budget or as an aside to a budget to say, this percentage of cost increase as a result of, we're talking about the two police officers in protective services, the bylaw officer we've added, things of that nature.
Yeah. So through your worship, you're correct. We haven't done it as of yet. I think it would take some work. I think this budget process is also going to determine what some of that looks like. But if council would like to do it, we can certainly put our minds to it and try and come back with an estimate. There is without a doubt, financial implications to, like you say, legislative and regulatory changes and simply just, mandates from the upper levels of government just pushing stuff off to us.
Yeah. I know it's a little off subject and I'm not sure whether it's best suited for a budget conversation, but it seems like the natural place to start. But I guess just something to turn our minds towards, because I think as the issue continues to evolve, it's going to become more of a point of contention. Looking at some of the things Councillor Parslow included in his addendum to the discussion we're having today around infrastructure and, all of that kind of feeds into it. These are considerations that, while not new, are a lot more urgent than they were 5 years ago.
Yeah. So through this budget process, if it's something the council wishes, it would be just if you have a motion to direct us to do so, we could do that at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Questions? I have a few I will go through. I guess just to clarify on the PRA, so we get to this number with no more borrowing. So as Councillor Parslow referred to, but the reality is we can't control borrowing in the future. So at that time, if somebody, this council or a new council is going to borrow, then that will be at a tax increase.
Yeah, so through your worship, right, as Councillor Parslow indicated, you have to make assumptions, and at this point in
Yeah.
time, we don't have any borrowing proposed on the books. And then each year, your situation changes, whether it's revenues or expenses, so you have to look at that, as you go each year by year. But right now, forecasting it, what we can see is that's how we'll achieve it.
Okay. And then just one other thing on something Councillor Parslow mentioned in this about the interest earned. So one, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think CRA allows you to internally internally borrow. Like we have one entity. So you can't borrow from one side to the other. Like it's different in business. When you have separate businesses, you can borrow and charge yourselves interest, but we can't borrow from one of our internal funds to the other and charge interest when it's under the same umbrella, can we?
I'll let Melissa speak to that. I'm unsure myself.
Through your worship, I'm unsure about any CRA restrictions, but I do know prior to me starting with the city, there was a bylaw that was adopted during COVID that money was borrowed from the sewer and water utility funds that repayment was made. And I think the last payment came off in 2024. So it has been done in the past. It did require additional processes, and I think it likely was a bylaw. No interest was charged on that.
That's a separate entity, right? The water, so the general reserve, general operations borrowed from the water utility, water sewer utility. So that's different, right? Because that's two separate entities. But if you were going to borrow from our operational capital reserves to fund something else in operations, you can't charge interest because it's one. You're borrowing from nowhere. You're borrowing from, one thing that we've made, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm not certain if there's CRA restrictions, but you're right. It is, we would be recording interest revenue on our capital side and an interest expense on the general. We are one entity. And the goal is that we are transferring more money to capital so that when we have those projects come up, we can fund them out
Yeah.
of capital, which did occur with the 2024 paving, and it came out of capital reserves. And then what council did is they approved the repayment of that money.
Yeah, but it's hard to charge interest on it when it's your money.
Yeah, it does create an additional operational complexity that's needed when it is, each bucket is our own.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll try and get through my questions that lots have been answered, but on page 6, just the total other revenue is $440,000. So 241 is assuming from the Hockey Canada event. The other 200 is from the medical clinic. I'm assuming that's the breakout. The other is when we purchased that medical clinic, did we not talk about any funds that we generated from that deal get invested back into healthcare? Was that not something we discussed, or I can't remember exactly. I remember having that discussion, but I don't know.
Through your worship, I'd have to go back to it right off the top. I can't recall if we had that specific direction, but I have to look.
Okay. So the revenue that comes from that, where does that go into? Which line does that show up underneath our fees and charges or our revenue? You can leave your mic on if you want, Melissa.
Okay, through your worship. Sorry, and just for confirmation, we're talking about page 6, the funding sources, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Under other revenues, it just says, it's got like the BC Gaming Fund, P&G, penalties, estimated revenue from Hockey Canada, and then underneath it says the total is $440,000 higher than the budget, mainly because the Hockey Canada event and the new rental revenue stream from the medical clinic.
Oh, yes, and those relate to the table that's, sorry, just 1 second here. That relates back to the table that's at the top of page 3, providing that breakdown. And included in that is the rental revenue from the medical clinic is included in that other revenue.
Okay.
But I didn't provide the breakdown because the amount is minor compared to these other items, but I can tell you the amount if you give me one moment here. I want to say it was 88,000.
That's the net revenue.
That's the revenue, maybe not net revenue, because there are going to be maintenance,
Some expenses.
other expenses detailed in the lease that the city is responsible for.
Okay. Thank you. Just the water utility, it was mentioned that the water infrastructure charge, this is the first time in some time where that money has been put into reserves. So was there just from my own knowledge, I guess, and maybe councils, but was there a previous plan for this, Kevin, where that water infrastructure charge was, like, is it put in indefinitely to cover upcoming, or was it put in to do like a catch up and then once it gets to this point you revisit it, or was, obviously I know we got another big project coming in there, but
So through your worship, the infrastructure charge was going into capital. What is now going in is any surplus in the water utility, the operating
The
side.
operations.
So that previously was just building and operating surplus. So now we're moving not only the infrastructure charge, but that surplus in, so it's growing that water capital reserve quicker, which is what the asset management plan had.
okay, thank
highlighted.
you. Yeah, other sources, obviously the revenue, interest earned on our reserves is amazing, so good job, Melissa. It's nice to have that, especially in today's world where we have so many pressures. It's nice to be able to have that there, so. The 1 year Kinnerino, we are going to talk about that afterwards. So debt servicing, our general debt servicing, so in our general reserve, our general operating, we have $13 million in borrowed money for debt servicing. So it was a conversation I've had with Melissa, but I mean, at one point, when some of these debt servicings come for renewal, I think we need to really consider removing the debt. So if we have some reserves put away, I think we got to look at what that looks like paying off some of this. I know 2027 KPAC is coming up for renewal, because I think our interest charge, from what I'm reading on this, is superior to what we're making on interest for our money sitting. So I think as these renewals come up, that we should be looking at what that looks like to pay off the debt versus keeping the funds in our bank account and earning interest on them, because I think we're paying more interest on borrowed money than we are than ours. So there's a couple small ones you said coming up, I think, next year, Melissa.
Through your worship, yes, we currently have 2 loans that are eligible for early repayment. You do have to request to MFA and they can grant it or not. But 4 million and sorry, I think the 4 million is, 4 million is related to the Calvin Crook Center, which is coming up for renewal in 2027. And then there was a sewer project of 7 million with a renewal date in October of 2025. That one would be coming out of the utility account, but that can be considered as well.
Because I just like clarify if I'm wrong, but on this, so we have $18 million in debt. We're budgeting $1.37 million in interest. So I look at that, and then that's $18 million. If we had $18 million sitting in our reserves at a 3% return, we're making $540,000 off that annually. So to me, by starting to slowly clear that debt with our reserves, we're going to reverse our expenses. So if we could pay it off today, it would be an $800,000 swing to the positive for the city versus what we're paying in interest and what we're earning on our funds, right?
Through your worship, correct. I mean, I look at the interest payment that we're currently paying on the Calvin Creek loan of 4 million, and it was renewed in 2022 at 3.39%. And the one on the water utility of 7 million is 2.75. When I look at the loans, those are one of our lower ones. We do have some up. Oh, no, sorry, they were renewed at lower. Yeah, they vary from 2 up to, looks like the highest is 4.15. But when they come up, it can certainly be a decisional point that a report can be brought to council.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And if that's, you said something that you got to do in advance, because we have some coming up next year.
Yes, I would seek to gain council approval prior to that. And I mean, a request is needed by MFA to approve early repayment. So I would imagine there would be a lead time that they would need as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the rest of mine will come on the other recommendations, so thank you, Melissa. Councillor Parslow.
Just 2 points that the mayor brought up, and then one other question. The revenue from the lease of Elgin Place, I need to state that I thought when we did that, the revenue was going to go, the excess from the lease was going to back into capital.
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow, I believe Tab and I pulled the reso that was made on that date, and there was no reference specifically to that or being reinvested in medical services at that time when it was passed.
It's just discussion then. Okay, thank you.
The other, with the internal borrowing, my understanding is that it's merely an internal transfer of funds to cover the lost interest. It's nothing more formal than that, but it's strongly recommended practice. The last thing is the tax increases. Right now, for 2025, the tax increase with all classes of taxation is 5 or 5.5, I can't remember.
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow, at the top of page 4, it's 5.5.
5.5. With the decisional point to be made about this 1%?
Correct.
Right. For next year, the anticipated tax increase is what?
For 2026?
Sorry?
For 2026?
Yes.
That'd be part of our 5-year plan, right?
Yeah,
Which is
right,
4
yeah.
and 1.5. Was it not?
Through your worship, the amount that was included in the 2024 5-year plan for 2026 was 5.5%, but that will need to be updated and looked at when we look at passing the 5-year financial plan for 2025. It will vary depending on some decisions that will be made today, or at least included in the recommendation section as well, because that wouldn't have included certain items. But that was the amount that was approved in May of 2024.
Oh, yeah. I understand completely about that, but I'm just reflecting here that I thought it was a 5% figure in the long-term plan, but also inherent in this, again, would be if we have this practice of the 1%, always add 1, and then if the council goes ahead with, as an example, a further increase in expense of 360,000 for 2 additional RCMP officers, that translates into another lift to 2%. What's that? So, is that right?
Through your worship, that would be correct. Any, the RCMP members have not been included within the 2025 or looked at to include in 2026 for anticipation of the 2025 five-year financial plan.
Thank you. Any more discussion on this? Councillor McDonald, are you fine if we go into this if you're a few minutes later? Did you? I'd kind of. Councillor McDonald just has something he's doing at 11, so I'd like to kind of get through.
We're not going to get through.
No, next half or no.
Right. So
Okay.
Nice to move on to something different.
Okay. Can we
Can we pause and come back to it?
can we just table 9.3 and then come back to it? Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. All right, so back to the agenda. Thanks for all the discussion.
Okay. Minutes.
I gotta find where agenda's at here.
Item 6.
All right, so next, 2024 strategic priorities with 3.1, 2024 strategic priorities, 3.2. Last updates were February, April, October, July and October. Any questions on any of the strategic priorities? No? All right. Next item of business is 5, new councillor business. Any new councillor business? No? All right. 6. 6.1, we have minutes of regular meeting of council, November 18th, 2024 for adoption. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Earl. I will call that motion to vote.
Greg, can you pull Kyle's card? Thank you.
I got to redo it. Okay. I will call that again. Call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. 6.2 minutes of special meeting of council held on December 3rd, 2024 for adoption. Councillor Apollonio, second. Councillor Sudnick. Call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Any business arising? No. All right. Next correspondence, 8.1. We have a letter from Jesse Curiata, President, Dawson Creek Minor Hockey Association, received on December 6, 2024, regarding a request for sponsorship to host the U13 Tier 3 Provincial Championships. Councillor Parslow.
So there's several asks here, so I'd like to deal with the financial one first, if I may.
Okay.
I would move that, subject to there being sufficient funds, that we sponsor this event to the tune of $5,000.
If this is, can I just add to that motion, if it's above the grant fund, we can take from the Economic Development Fund?
Yes, sure.
You're fine
It's
with that?
economic development, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good
Okay.
idea.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Councillor Earl, discussion?
So just with respect to the finance, I guess 12.5 is still the city's grant budget, so the $5,000 for the 2025 financial year, because it's only in March, should fall well within that.
This would be coming out of 2024 because they're asking for it now to help with the planning of it.
All right,
we have,
that's good. Good. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
When you mentioned the economic development budget, I started doing math like that should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll no, I can support this, and I'll wait for the next motion to.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion on this motion? No. I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. There is another. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
So this, I need information from staff, I guess Ryan will answer. The last paragraph concerning the use of the Kin Arena, 5 days, et cetera, et cetera. What comments do you have about that?
Go ahead, Ryan.
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow. Based on the number of games that they are required to host and do, they are looking to the additional ice surface at the end of the ice season of the extension. We have looked at it internally based on some scheduling and stuff. If we don't look to grant the additional, I think they're requesting 5 days within this. They would be displacing other ice users in the evening of other groups, etc. Whereas the time frame that they're looking to host these games would be additional revenue to the city, but also there's other opportunities that minor hockey and the other user groups have expressed interest to leverage during that additional 5 days of extending the ice season in the Kin Arena. So from a staff perspective, I don't think it's unreasonable in terms of what they're requesting.
We extended, sorry to interrupt, but.
No, yeah, go ahead.
I think we extended almost every season, don't we, a little bit? Is that captured in the budget or is it?
Yeah,
Oh, Memorial, okay, gotcha.
The Kin supplement is to accommodate the other.
and as soon as we get the definitive, I'm going to say ice schedule from the tournament, et cetera, we'd be looking to maximize the opportunities to reduce and turn off the ice plant and take the ice out. We're just, we have to tighten up that ice schedule as we get closer, but I don't see it being a limiting factor.
So what are the financials on this then?
Of the
Costs associated, cost-benefit analysis. I mean, obviously, it's great to have this championship here, but are there any extra, does this imply any extra cost to the city?
of opening the Kin Arena for the extra days?
Yeah.
No, I see it as a break even, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to move that we grant the request for the utilization of Kin Arena for the
Thanks, Councillor
5-day
Parslow.
extension.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion, Councillor Earl.
Well, Councillor Parslow is generous today. I was going to add the caveat that any additional costs for the additional ice time also come out of the economic budget.
Too late.
But too late. The old softy.
Give Darcy a break.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
So I guess with respect to this, we've got 3 or 4 month lead time of this event coming here. How are we, I guess, as a city coordinating with the tournament hosts to ensure that we are maximizing the value for tourism? Is that something we're on now, or are we just kind of?
Yeah, so through your worship, it's a great opportunity. We have sports tourism and tourism folks. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing that they're employed to do. Mm-hmm. I think minor hockey is just starting the planning phases of this, so it's really about connecting and taking advantage of that and seeing what how we can leverage the opportunity, right? So, yeah, we'll be putting those people together.
Good. Look forward to it.
Yeah, I heard they have had one of their first board meetings as an organization committee last week, so I'm sure we'll see more. All right, any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Oh, I didn't wait for the, it's good, it's carried. I got ahead of myself there. I think the other request in here was for myself to attend, right? Is that the last one, Councillor Parslow? I don't think we need a motion for that. I've talked to them and have the dates and times. So once we get an official invite, I'll send it out to council as well. So 8.2 and 8.3, do we need to defer those?
Through your worship, yes, we should. I think we should defer it until after the
budget?
Budget discussion,
Okay.
just because they have some implications.
All right, next we got 9, so we're varying the agenda, going to 9 reports. 9.1, we have a memo from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding disaster risk assessment funding. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the proposed motion that the City of Dawson Creek grant approval for the primary applicant, the Peace River Regional District, to apply for, receive, and manage disaster risk reduction climate adaptation grant funding on behalf of the City of Dawson Creek.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick, discussion?
I vaguely remember this conversation. I know the RD is kind of the hub for this stuff because it does tend to happen outside of city limits. But I'd also note that our staff seems to be chiefly responsible in recent years for accommodating those who are evacuated. So, I mean, I'm happy to get some additional funding for that. Just want to make sure that we're not going to be undermining our, I guess, agency or putting our staff under somebody else's power in order to access this funding. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I just had one. So this is just for grant approval for an application, but is there any other costs that come with this to the city that you can see? Or?
Through your worship, I don't believe so. No, it's just really part of our ongoing operational, duties in this.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.2, we have report number 24-120 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding 2025 council meeting schedule. Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation report number 24-120 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding 2025 council meeting schedule be received. Further, the council adopts the following 2025 council meeting schedule. January 13th and 27th, February 10th and the 24th, March 10th and the 24th, April 7th and the 22nd, May 5th and 20th, June 2nd and 23rd, July 14th, August 11th, September 8th, October 6th and 27th, November 10th and 24th, and December 15th.
Thank you, Councillor Sudnick. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
So this is further eroding the number of meetings that we have. So when I started on council many moons ago, we used to have 2 meetings in September and 2 in December. What's the reason for the cut?
So through your worship, I'll answer, and then if I'm wrong, Tab will correct me. But so September is usually with UBCM and trying to fit that in, and then in December is just simply where it falls and trying to squeeze 2 in before Christmas. We've often in the past you end up finding that the second meeting's tough to accommodate. Anything else to add to that, Deb?
Through your worship, to Councillor Parslow, that is correct. Also, council notes that we have the opportunity to schedule a special meeting. So if any more meetings are required, council may schedule that.
Thank you, Tab. Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
Well, having a fit schedule, I mean, it's been my experience that we've often had a special meeting in August because emergent things come along. And, I don't know, but I suggest that, one meeting in December, which seems to be now, and I appreciate it, the fact that we're going to be asked to make decisions in December about budget. We tend to load agendas and stuff, so I don't know if that's a good practice. Because I do know when we say, we need another meeting, but people's holidays schedules have been built around a known schedule. And sometimes people are away in December and in the summer months. UBCM, UBCM has always been in September, and I just wondered if we just stacking stuff up or going into a time when we're just have more special meetings and people have to scramble to adjust their schedule.
Yeah. Through your worship, one thing to consider just with the September meeting is the lead up to UBCM is incredibly busy for administration as well. So if you have that in conjunction with the meetings, certainly layers on a significant amount of work. So it's just something to consider. But yeah, if council would like to add some, feel free.
Councillor Parslow.
Well, that's a very good point about September because staff has done or some staff, I don't think it involves everybody. I mean, it just seems better and better, the orientation that we have and the material. I mean, I have to commend that is a great improvement. So that's a very fair comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Tab, did you want to add something?
Thank you, through your worship. If I could add, this schedule is similar to our schedule that we currently have. And as I just quickly took a look, I think we've only scheduled one special meeting, which was just recently this month.
Thank you. I had one comment on here, just October 6th one. I was thinking of potentially moving it to the 13th. One of my commitments at the regional district, being on the hospital board, they have their meetings that week, so I won't be able to attend. Likely, they haven't set the dates, but does it add too much to move that October 6th to the 14th, which would have to be a Tuesday after Thanksgiving weekend? But then the one thing it does is it pushes our September 8th meeting, it adds another week in between meetings. So that's, right now that's a month in between meetings. We move that a week, it's going to be that much longer. So I don't know if that adds complications or I just don't attend that meeting.
It's up to council. If you want to amend the motion to make that recommendation, we can do so.
I'll make an amendment to move the October to October 14th, which is a Tuesday, and October 27th. Do I have a second? Councillor Kempf. Councillor Parslow on the amendment.
So as I understand what you're proposing, we have a meeting on October the 6th. And then we'd have another meeting 8 days afterwards.
No, I'm moving the October 6th to the October 14th because I won't be here on the 6th.
Okay, so that would still leave a 2-week
Two
period.
meetings,
Okay.
yeah. It just leaves an extra week in between the one from September.
You must have been speaking with your hand over it. I didn't
No,
hear.
sometimes you got to listen. We have 2 ears and one mouth, Councillor Parslow.
There shouldn't be one.
Sorry, go ahead, Tab.
If it's unanimous that the dates change from the 6th to the 14th, we'll just
Do a
include
friendly
that in the
amendment.
motion.
Okay. Is everybody in favor of that?
Yep.
Anybody opposed to it? No? Okay. Any other comments on that? No? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. All right, I'm just going to call a 5-minute break here and then we'll get back at 11:30. So our next order of business was 2.3. We have Staff Sergeant Robert Hughes, Dawson Creek RCMP in attendance regarding the Detachment Resource Report for November 2024. So good day, sir. Good day, Staff Sergeant Robert Hughes.
I've been called worse things just
Yeah.
this morning, so
I think
there you go.
figured that was new on there, so you've moved up. So
That's
good.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and the board. Thank you very much. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've been to one of these. We'll just get right into it. Our staffing resources, despite the long list here, is actually looking in pretty good shape. We've got a couple of members that are off duty, sick or injured. One of those members came back. Today is actually his first shift after being off for a little while, so that's good. Our 2 general investigation section constables are vacant. We've got a selected candidate to move into one of those. He's training a new member right now, so as soon as he's done with that, he'll be moving over there to bring that back up. We do have 6 members scheduled to transfer out. I talked to staffing on Friday, and we should be getting two more members coming from training, and then 2 just showed up here in November. And we were fortunate enough to steal a member from Smithers who has 11 years service, and his first shift was December 13th. So very good fit. Nice to have some experience come in that we don't have to train and let some of that experience out and bring some in. So 11 years is a very good asset for the detachment. So we're happy to have him. Our crime trend reporting, total calls are down 5.3%, which it doesn't equate to a whole big, huge number. So, 5% in decrease isn't that much. We're not too concerned about that. As far as our stat numbers, everything seems to be trending in the right direction, except for our thefts. Theft of vehicles up, theft from vehicles up, and general theft, shoplifting, that type of thing is also up. That's up 22%. Our theft of vehicles, 8% difference. It's a difference of six vehicles for the year, and really we could get that down much lower than 6 if people would stop leaving their vehicles running. We don't want to blame those people. The last thing we want to do is victim blame. It's no one's fault. You leave your vehicle open or leave your vehicle running outside your house and to let it warm up. It doesn't make it okay for a thief to steal your vehicle. So I just want to make sure that message is clear. But using things like a club or having a remote start, secure remote start, so if somebody opens your door, it'll disengage the vehicle or shut the vehicle off. Little things like that can help. So there are measures that you can take to warm your vehicle up in front of your house unattended that will stop it from getting stolen. Our theft from vehicles, 10%. It's a difference of 4 files throughout the year. Ideally, we want to see these numbers all at 0. Unfortunately, that's not the world that we live in. Our big gains are in breaking and enter business, was down 53%. Assault with a weapon, aggravated assault, all those assault type files are down 25%. Our drug possession, I'm not going to revel too much in this win, 54%. It's not getting reported. We're still working and trying to get the message out to call us now again since the amendments to the decriminalization. We need the public to call us for these drug files. And we, the government and the RCMP, the police in general, in British Columbia, spent a lot of time training the public about decriminalization rules. So we're still trying to swing that back in the other direction now. Impaired driving files are down 26%. We've got a couple of new initiatives going up. I'm pretty sure that number for the December reporting is going to be back up. There's been a lot of enforcement measures. I can say that the PBR, the professional bull riding night, there was police everywhere. It was all over Facebook. It was nice to see the red and blues everywhere. And I believe there was one impaired all night with all of those vehicle stops. So good on the public. Thank you to the public for being responsible and acting responsible. It wasn't a situation, there's no police out to check. That was, it's a big night, it's a big event, it's a public event. There's typically alcohol consumption at those events. So to have one impaired driver stopped and convicted or charged is a big deal. So I think that's really good. Collisions down 5%, so they're up 5%. The number's pretty small for over the year. Again, our theft and shoplifting. We've had a couple of people that are responsible for a big piece of this. One person was coming down from Fort St. John because they'd been caught there too many times and everybody knew them. So they're coming down to Fort St. John and hitting our Canadian Tire and our Walmart pretty heavily. That drove those numbers up pretty quick. And another person from Grand Prairie. So both those people have been arrested here and banned from the stores. They know who they are. So I would suggest that those numbers will be kind of trending back in the direction that they should be. But a big part of that, I don't have the exact stats for those people exactly, but a big part of that is those two people. Mental health files, again, a 16% increase. The mental health files continue to take our resources. These are typically 2 or 3 member responses. If there's a mental health apprehension, it's at least 1 member sitting at the hospital waiting, and sometimes it's an hour, and sometimes it's 6 or 8 hours until they see the psychologist or the attending physician that can either certify them or release them from hospital. But they are in our custody until they've seen that doctor. So that takes a huge amount of resources from the police. Our unspecified assistance files down 9%. These again, as I've said time and time again, these are the non-offense types of police files where people are calling us, somebody walking down a back alley, and while there's nothing illegal to that, we want those phone calls to happen. So we do, this is the one decrease that we don't want to see. We want more people calling the police. We want, it shows public trust in us, the more that they call us. Communication, as we've been over and over, is key. So that communication and just calling us, we want to see that happen. So all in all, I think the numbers look pretty good. Again, there's most of these we want to see them at 0, but that's just not the world that we live in. We're consistently working to get there, but maybe someday we will. A couple of new tracking measures. Got a request from City Council to track files that involved unhoused individuals. So we've implemented a new process for the frontline members to use a keyword so that we can track it. It's called UCRU, Universal Coding something. Sorry, I can't remember exactly what that is, but it's scoring for different file types, and there is literally hundreds of different file types. So we try and do primary, secondary, and sometimes a third crime type in a file or an event type. We don't have anything to specifically flag an unhoused file type. So that's the measure that we've used. They're using a keyword. I can now go and search for that keyword, and it'll give us a count by month how many files are involving unhoused individuals. The other tracking issue that we're having, an accurate means of tracking overdose deaths is, we're looking at that in the detachment level. We have a problem, overdose deaths or suspected overdose deaths. The police, RCMP, it's not our position to determine a cause of death. So often these files are scored as a coroner assist. We act on behalf of the coroner in sudden death files. So when the coroner arrives at a file, takes custody of the file, takes control, we don't know until we know. And we can't say that until the coroner report comes back. And sometimes those are 3 months, 6 months, sometimes they're a year. So these files don't get necessarily carded or indexed as an overdose death until we know. And by that time, the stats, it's long gone. So we're looking at, perhaps doing it the same way, calling, suspected overdose, how we're going to track that. So we're having a difficult time figuring out how we're going to do that and report on it accurately, and then not overstep our boundaries. So while we're working on that, we will keep council updated. Citizens on Patrol continue to do what the great work that they're doing, and they've had some annual events here just over the winter. They had their annual dinner November 22nd. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it thanks to the COVID bug, but some of our members did make it. It was a great time. Communication with the group continues. I can keep going to their meetings. We have one of the corporals, Derek Eitenbosch, goes to the ones that when I can't make it, he goes to them. They're just doing a great job, as much as our CTA group in town. The patrols of our citizens and the eyes and the ears and the people that are calling us, and when something doesn't look right, it helps with all these crime stats. It helps the community. It helps the police get out there, and then the community sees the police, and the effect that the police cars moving through the community shows in our stats. So violence suppression efforts continue. We have the violence suppression team, and that is the initiative here locally where our members, 2 members in a vehicle, they're in an unmarked police car, but fully marked uniform, and they are targeting our known offenders with curfews, with known conditions. They're looking for breaches, outstanding warrants, and they're doing that as resources allow, we will be careful we don't burn our people out. But those efforts do continue on a weekly basis, and we're seeing good results from those. So, in a nutshell, that's what I have from Dawson RCMP, Dawson Creek RCMP.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Staff Sergeant. Appreciate you taking the time, and yeah, thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Staff Sergeant, for the update. And I guess one or two questions, or I guess one question and one comment I want to make. So I guess the first one would be, in previous years, at some point in the development cycle, council has been brought into the conversation about local detachment strategic priorities.
Yes.
Just wondering where that falls on the calendar and when we should expect to have that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Strategic priorities are laid out in our annual performance plan, and that is based on the RCMP fiscal year. So
March.
We'll be speaking to that in March.
Okay.
And coming up with the new annual performance plan based on an April 1st start date.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess I just want to extend a thank you with respect to the tracking measures at the request of council. I appreciate it's maybe a little sensitive, as you're not necessarily the best fit to be tracking this stuff with respect to homelessness. And I want to be clear, the goal isn't to implicate, make the lives of people who are struggling with homelessness harder, or suggest that there's an inherent criminality there. It's not against the law to be poor or homeless, but we're currently, I guess, engaged in a very kind of dynamic relationship with the province around who does what with respect to homelessness and the severity of it and the costs and the resources required, and the more data we can get so we understand the scope and scale of the problem is important. So I want to commend you guys for that. And I realize, it's not necessarily what your job to do is, but I think it's important that we get a handle on that, and if we can deliver on it, or if we can hold the province's feet to the fire on those occasions where that's appropriate, hopefully it alleviates some of the stresses on you guys with respect to the mental health calls, which I guess last thing to touch on, the mental health, it's been a bit of an ebb and flow in my time on council. It seems to improve periodically, and I don't know if it's a turnover in staff or seasonal or what have you, but then it seems to kind of flare up again. And is it just cyclical? Do you have any idea, I guess, what you feel comfortable describing, where these bottlenecks exist with respect to, because it's not the best use of your time to have 3 officers hung up for 4 or 5 hours for somebody who should be dealing with a social worker or a healthcare professional. Is there anything we can do to help, or what do you see as the challenge there?
Well, I'll go back to the stats first. So my interpretation, thank you for that, by the way. My interpretation of the data collection request for the stats, and I hope this is the case, is that if the RCMP can provide the stat how much police resources are being used towards a certain demographic that is clearly in need of community support, then maybe more resources can be dedicated to that. So yes, that's my interpretation of the request for the data collection. Anything we can do to help, the better. Mm-hmm. So your next point of mental health issues, and is it cyclical? Yes, it is cyclical. It rises and falls. There seems to be some sort of pattern with the seasons. The different financial climate that the province or the country goes through seems to have some sort of effect on it. I don't know exactly what. And then without having the stats, I'm not quite prepared for the question, other than what I know and in my personal experience. But there is a statistic that addiction and mental health issues overlap. So depending on what's going on with our addiction issues in town, can have an effect on rising or falling mental health issues as well.
Okay.
So hopefully that answers what
I mean, we could probably have a much more involved conversation, but I don't want to monopolize your time. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Councillor L. Councillor Parslow.
Thank you. I asked staff to prepare you for this question. I hope they did. I saw the carnage wreaked on a SUV vehicle in the parking lot of the hospital. And the police arrested the perpetrator, and he was taken to the hospital and then released. And I wanted to ask you to understand what, and you may not know the answer to this, that's why I wanted you to know the question. What worries me is that person, I don't know how many thousands of dollars of damage done on that vehicle. But when I saw the main, what do you call it, struts, with, you know, the front window, and you got these men bent in considerably, that a great deal of force was being used with a tire iron. What if that had been an individual? And so when I heard that the person was released from the hospital, it led me to think, well, what powers are there to stop somebody who's obviously violent from walking the streets of this community? I mean, presumably they were seen by a medical staff, appropriate medical staff, and to learn that they were on the streets again the next day, you know, you had your department had arrested a person. So where does this go? Because I get really concerned about public safety when you hear about this sort of thing. And I know your powers are limited, but what are the powers, and what process goes on with the medical profession, which may be difficult for you to answer, right?
I will do my best.
I know you will.
So I do know what the event that you're talking about. I was given a little bit of heads up about it.
Good.
I can't speak too many details about that person.
No.
I think it's becoming well known in a small community who the person is, so I have to tread lightly. So the person was in a mental health crisis. Our powers are when there's a criminal code offense being committed, we have our general powers of arrest, which is what we did. We located the individual, we arrested them. When someone is in mental health, an obvious mental health crisis or a medical crisis or a combination of both, our obligation before any criminal code enforcement is to take care of that person, to make sure that they're getting the help that they need, the treatment that they need, the immediate treatment that they need. And typically, and in that situation, the person goes to the hospital to be assessed by a psychologist. So while they are arrested, they are also apprehended under the Mental Health Act. And our obligation is to take them to the doctor. What the medical professionals do on their side, I can't speak to that. So in this situation, we asked, and again, this is an ask, there's no obligation for the hospital to let us know when the person is released. But we asked for that information. The person was held, I believe, for a few days. And typically, like, to generalize, you know, and get away from that exact specific event, I've seen these events hundreds of times in 21 years of policing. When someone is in that state of crisis, and especially when it's somebody that we know to not behave that way, the hospital takes care of them. They get them treated, whatever treatment might. Sometimes it's medication, sometimes it's time, sometimes it's, you know, getting off of a narcotic or some sort of substance, and get them back to their norm. And when they're back to their normal, the hospital releases them, and it's up to, you know, we're going to monitor them. So when we put through a charge, being in a mental health crisis, I'll just go sideways here a little bit. Being in a mental health crisis does not absolve you of criminal responsibility. So we do our part with the courts, we do our part with the mental health professionals and the medical professionals, and we try and all work together and communicate the best that we can. We have to respect privacy laws. There's a whole bunch of moving parts to that. So hopefully, to answer your question, when something like that's going on, our priority is the person's medical or mental health. When that is taken care of, then we proceed with our criminal code investigation and or charges. So in a situation like this, charges are forwarded to Crown. They either approve or not a search warrant, an arrest warrant. If the warrant is issued, it's either endorsed or unendorsed, which means they're catch and release or not. They're brought before a court. I'm not sure exactly what the situation is with that file exactly. But in the event that somebody is arrested, they're given a court date and usually conditions, not to go to the hospital parking lot or not to go to any parking lot or not to go to Safeway or wherever the offense took place, not to contact the people that were involved. And that's how our judicial system works. So we are bound by the confines of that. The public safety piece, when somebody's in mental health crisis and they're brought back on track by our medical professionals, we have to rely on that. So.
Is there any provision under the Mental Health Act for long-term detention subject to treatment occurring?
There's a piece in the criminal code, but that's judge. That's the court system. That's got nothing to do with us.
That requires a judicial system.
Yeah. A judge would have to order a 30-day or a 60-day or a 90-day psychological remand. So.
Okay. I noticed in the budget that there's no request for funding cameras carried by the officers. When is Dawson Creek, or do you know, when is Dawson Creek scheduled to receive cameras?
January 20th.
Pardon?
January 20th.
Okay, so...
Body-worn cameras?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the training, the exact days haven't been locked down solid. We're training a couple of days in Dawson Creek, a couple of days in Fort St. John, then a couple of days back in Dawson Creek. But January 20th, that training is supposed to start. Now, whether it starts there or here, and the body-worn cameras will be issued right then and there. Online training is underway right now. And then there's a second module that was just released to us last week. So the third and fourth hour of online training. And then there's a 4-hour in-house training that'll happen here at Dawson Creek. Mm-hmm. And from that point on, once the member is trained and issued the hardware, they're on the road. Okay, the only reason I asked it, I was aware it was happening in the province. I wasn't aware about Dawson Creek. But I stand to be corrected in the budget. There's $0 allocated for that, but that's a 2025 expense, isn't it? I would believe so.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, staff, but that's why I'm asking it.
Yeah, as far as where it falls in the budget, I would have to do some homework before I could accurately answer that question.
I think really I'm asking staff. Am I right or wrong? There's a line item in the budget and there's $0, but I'm just going from memory. So I'm just asking them.
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow, we did receive an email that contract jurisdictions will only be paying for body-worn cameras when they are implemented and operational in their jurisdiction. Initially, all jurisdictions will have body-worn cameras estimates included in their quarterly billings. So it would be billed directly through the contract, just like we do for all their equipment, their vehicle. It would be included in that cost.
Okay. And am I correct in my memory there was a line item for them in the budget, though? In your budget package?
No, just an increase in the police contract cost.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the more important question is when are they happening, which has been answered, right? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other questions? I just had one, just the increase in theft from vehicles and of vehicles. Is that maybe in relation to the colder weather we've had this year compared to last year? Like, have you seen a spike in November, for example? Because there was a lot, it's been a lot colder this year than last year. Has that increased a bit of it, or?
Yes, thank you. The short answer is yes. The more people, again, I don't want to victim blame, and I don't want to, hopefully it doesn't come across that way. But the more people that leave their vehicles running outside, whether it be a gas station, outside their home, outside a hotel, the more opportunistic thieves, sometimes they're just jumping into them and taking them for a drive to warm up and parking them somewhere else. Like drive them from a hotel on this side of the town and go over to 7-Eleven or Save on Foods or Safeway, and they just leave them in the parking lot. That's where we find them. OnStar has been a big help for new vehicles that get left running, but the cold definitely, because of, we see a spike in people leaving their vehicles with keys in them running. So
Yeah.
it does have an effect.
Okay. And then the theft increase in the shoplifting up a bit, is that, I know you and the sergeant have been working a lot with a lot of the retailers to make sure they're calling in all the time. So I know you said there was a bit of a spike because there was, a few individuals, but is there also an increase because you're getting more calls, or do you think this is an actual accurate increase that there's more thefts happening?
So there's an increase in actual thefts. What this doesn't reflect, and again, we try and have the stats here so that they're manageable and we're not overrun with little numbers all over the place.
Yeah.
But one of the things with shoplifting and general thefts is when a business calls in and says, "Hey, person X stole from us again. They stole $30 worth of groceries, or a block of cheese, or a bottle of liquor, or a jacket." And we go, so the file is created, so we go and attend the file, and then the business or the person says, "Yeah, I don't want anything done. It's not worth the time." That doesn't strike it from this list.
It's still on there.
So it's still on. It shows as a theft. It's a file that we attended for a theft, so that comes into this stat. So unfortunately or fortunately, there has to be a consequence to change behavior, and when we're not holding people accountable, it's very unlikely that the behavior is going to change. So without diving too deep into that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't have anything else besides just, a thank you to you and your team, and, wishing you guys all a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And, thank you for your continued commitment to improve Dawson Creek and, make it a healthier, a safer place. And it's clearly we're seeing some results. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Council. I can say the support that Dawson Creek RCMP gets from Mayor and Council is second to none in my career. It's received very well. It goes a long way, and just building that relationship and strengthening that relationship between the Mayor and Council and the RCMP, our members that are on the road, the civilian city staff over there. It's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Happy to help in any way we can.
Thanks.
So, you're welcome. Thank you.
By the way, the range is now open.
Only the outdoor, though.
Only the outdoor.
Yeah.
You're not getting in the indoor until I'm there.
Which is when?
Not for a long time.
Okay.
A couple of months.
Okay, thank you.
Is lunch here? Yeah. I'm going to break for half hour, 12:30. 9.4, we have report number 24-148 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Community Homelessness Committee requests follow-up. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 24-148 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Community Homelessness Committee request follow-up be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio? Any discussion on receiving it for information? No? I'll call this motion to vote. Good. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.4, report number 24-149 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding CN pedestrian crossing between 8th Street and 15th Street. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 24-149 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding CN pedestrian crossing between 8th Street and 15th Street be received for information.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion on receiving for information? Was there something you wanted to add, Kevin, to that? Or? I mean, it's tough, yeah. Okay.
Through your worship, I mean, yeah, it is. It's problematic. It would be, the 13th would be easier if that extra spur line wasn't there, but that stretches it out. And it causes any overhead structure to span the entire distance, which I think is well over 200 meters. Yeah, so it's just, it becomes impractical. Then some of the other things is even if you did want to do it, there's restrictions on how much you can work on it each day.
Yeah.
You know, there's just all kinds of factors that makes it difficult and problematic, so it's really not feasible.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Other discussion on receiving for information? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10 bylaws. 10.1, we have fees and charges amendment bylaw number 4593, 2024 for consideration of adoption. Ready? Councillor Sudnick?
Worship, I move recommendation report number 24-124 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding fees and charges amendment bylaw number 4593, 2024 be received. Further, that fees and charges amendment bylaw number 4593, 2024 be given first three readings.
We've already done that, right? We just need somebody to accept the consideration of adoption. So Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor Kemp, I thought maybe you had a question, sorry. So Councillor Sudnick, second Councillor Kemp. All those, I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, 10.2, Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw number 4595, 2024 for consideration of adoption. Councillor McDonald, second Councillor Earl. I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, 10.3, we have report number 24-144 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2025 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 4596, 2024 for consideration of first three readings. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 24-144 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2025 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 4596, 2024 be received. Further, that 2025 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 4596, 2024 be given first three readings.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, discussion?
I usually add this caveat to those watching the public. This is not us actually borrowing money. This is an authorization for staff to borrow in the event of an operating shortfall, which in my time here has never occurred.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other discussion? No? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Mayor's business, 11.1 mayor's updates. I'm just going to kind of go through these, just a couple of them because the list is so long. I'm not going to go through all of them. So if there's questions at the end, feel free to ask. 11.1, I did want to touch on one, just the resident doctor. Yanabeth Nava, who is up here as a resident doctor, working in Chetwynd, but also working in the community of Dawson Creek, was here. So I just went for dinner with her and her husband and got to meet them. But having resident doctors is new in our area and region, and it's this is one of the first resident doctors. So this is a doctor that's coming to the end of their education or schooling, so then they need to be placed somewhere for a couple years. But this is something with the clinic, the Elgin Clinic, and the South Peace Division of Family Practice being put together. This is something that's going to be growing. So it was amazing to see a great asset to really help with our doctors and our healthcare in the community. So wanted to touch on that. Going down the list here to the Dawson Creek Athletics Association. I just attended their annual AGM, and I just wanted to, one, recognize them for all they do. They do a lot in our community, but they do hand out 3 awards annually. So they handed out the Brian McPherson Memorial Award for a business that contributes to sports. and youth in the community, and that was the recipient of that this year was HF Nodes Construction. They also have the Earl Johnson Memorial Award, which is a coach or builder in the community for sports, which was awarded to Dorian Anderson. And then the Sam Wilson Award for a team or individual was awarded to Haley Armstrong. So I just wanted to point those three out and really just congratulate them for their contributions to youth and athletes in our community. And then going through South Peace Crime Prevention Annual Dinner as well. I attended that. Just wanted to give a shout out to Jerry and John and all the volunteers. There was probably about 80 to 100 that attended their annual meeting. It wasn't actually an annual meeting, it was a dinner, a celebration. So there's a lot of commitment in that room that helps with crime prevention. So I wanted to give a shout out to that. The city Christmas celebration, also wanted to just give a shout out to the team at the city for just really their efforts throughout the year. Working in the public sector isn't always, comes with some challenges, right? But just wanted to, they've handled things well. And our community is, there's a lot of different things getting thrown at our team at the city, and they've done an outstanding job of working together and really pushing our community forward. And you're hearing a lot of those positives in the community. So I just wanted to recognize that as well. So thank you to all of them. The Seniors Tea I attended last week. Another amazing event at the library. There was a handful of seniors from Rotary Manor, but also from our whole community. And there was just a Christmas music carols in there. It was well attended and it was fun to be at. And then the other one that I wanted to touch on was the Northern Health Information Session. So Councillor Sudnick and myself attended that. It's done quarterly, I believe, or every couple months by Northern Health's CEO, who's Chiro, but also some of his leadership team. So I just wanted to touch on a couple things that were brought up there. But so this is for Northern Health overall, but their net gain of employees in 2024 is 877, which is a substantial increase. They got a long ways to go, but it's definitely moving in the right direction. Out of that 877, 455 were new RNs and LPNs, and 167 new graduates. They also had 615 volunteers accumulating 5,200 hours in Northern Health, and they've also, part of their recruiting and retention, they've been at 70 different events throughout basically the world to recruit. So I just wanted to add that. I feel like it's a big win for Northern Health. I know they got a lot of challenges and they got a long way to go, but it's nice to see the net gain this year because they haven't had net gain numbers like that in a long time. And I know there's so much on my list that I could have spent an hour talking about, but it's a large list, so I'm going to end at that. If anybody has any questions on anything else on that list, you can ask me now or at other times. Councillor Parslow?
Well, it's good that you're getting out and meeting all these different groups. I think that's great. Can I make a suggestion that in the month of January you see if you could arrange to meet at the Nowickan with the Community Action Team. The Homelessness Committee is now gone under the umbrella of the Community Action Team.
Okay.
And I think, given some of the correspondence and stuff which you've seen, that it would be good to have a meeting with them.
Okay.
And at the Nowickan, so look at your schedule and let me know, and I'll pass that on if you like, or you can talk directly to the head administrator at Nowickan.
Okay.
It's up to you. But they would like to meet, I know.
I mean, I'm open to meeting with anybody, right? So I would absolutely meet with them. I think the best is to get them to go through the EA, but I'll get Kathy to reach out. So that's to the executive director at Nowickan?
Pardon?
to the executive director at now, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now the CAT Community Action Team table has been reconstituted,
Okay.
and so that's the route that would, homelessness is going into that group.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just can you elaborate about number 21, the road maintenance discussion with MLA Newfield?
21, yes, I can. MLA Newfield hosted a meeting just about some of the road. It was just really an education part on road maintenance. So there was the leadership from Argo was there, myself, Kevin, the chair from the regional district. It wasn't a meeting that we organized. MLA Newfield did. He did house it here because his office wasn't ready. So it was just really an education where Argo gave a presentation on just the road maintenance, what their standards are, their specs from the ministry, went through what some of their challenges are. But yeah, anything else you'd know? But yeah, it was educational for us. We asked them if they would, more probably present to the regional district. We could probably ask them to come here, but they do. I think it was biannual meetings that anybody's invited to. So those requests will come through as well, so we can, attend those.
Question another. Is the conservative campaign office will it be staying there forever or just on temporary at the BMO building now?
No. Well, you can reach out to MLA Newfields, but his new office is actually will be, or it is as of December 1st, is where the ex-MLA Bernier's office was. So he's taken over that site. So he's just getting it set up. It wasn't set up in time, so that's why he hosted his meeting here. So, okay. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just hoping you could elaborate on number 17, actually, your interprovincial meeting with Grand Prairie.
Yeah. So 17, it was actually a really good meeting, an interprovincial meeting in the county of Grand Prairie, and it was with county leadership. So I was there as a regional district director, or vice chair, not as the city, but so it was with the three other, so Saddle Hills, County of Grand Prairie, and actually there's two others, but I can't remember them. But yeah, 4 of the counties from Alberta, and then the regional district representing BC. So there was a lot of good conversation, lots of good dialogue. There'll be a bit coming from that where they used to meet annually and we've moved it to biannually. So the next one will be in June of this year. We felt that there was a lot of value, a lot of shared interests in the region. So
Chances at collaboration.
chances for what, sorry?
Collaboration.
Yeah. There's lots of opportunity in working together. They have a lot of ideas that they're working on where we could potentially support, whether that's letters of support or getting our MLAs and ministers to work with theirs. There was talk of healthcare, twinning the highway. They're bringing that back up to at least the BC border. There was quite a bit that was talked about. It was a full day, so yeah, it was good. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Apollonio. Any other questions on those?
I just want to go back to road maintenance.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, road maintenance, I learned from staff that the province has one standard for snow removal, so it's the same in Victoria as here. Was there any discussion around, and it might take the regional district, about varying that standard? I mean, people in the Peace region now have to go more frequently to Prince George for medical attention through that pass. Others can still go to Grand Prairie, but the road conditions in some parts of the Peace surely require more frequent attention, and we have far more ice developing on our roads now with the more longer shoulder seasons. And I just think it's inappropriate to treat the standard that they have, let's say, in the Lower Mainland being applied in areas that can expect snow for at least 6 months of the year.
Yeah, I think it's reflected on most policies that come, right? That it's,
Yeah, it's
you know,
one fits all.
and they
Yeah.
don't. So there was definitely some communication with that. I think that's part of, MLA's Neufeld's new role, and that's his voice, right? As a leader in our area that he's gonna bring forward, and he said at the end of it that he's gonna do what he can to move those concerns forward. But yeah, it was brought up, and I don't know if it was maybe the spec, not as much, funding a little bit, but I mean, the spec on how much snow is allowed on the ground doesn't change whether you live in Victoria or Dawson Creek or Fort St. John. It's still got to be removed, and there was minimal amounts, so I don't know if that was, but there was definitely areas in there that they could tell didn't work here, right? So, yeah. Did I miss anything on that one, Kevin? Did you? No. Okay. Any other questions? All right. I'll move along. So 11.2, there was no request from either delegation, right? The DOS, yeah, okay. Next, 12, Chief Administrative Officer Operational Updates.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple quick updates we had. Quick water update. Reports from the watershed staff is we are seeing Bear Hole hold its level or even increase a little bit, probably from the precipitation we've had out there. So that's good news, even in light of our continual release in September. So it's holding. Flows in the river are stable, but still at slightly above levels we saw last year. So we still have the risk of freezing, but things are holding steady. Another note is Better at Home. Seniors Christmas Light Tour is happening again this year with partnership with BC Transit. So that's good news. Every year they have an evening where they take seniors around, see all the Christmas lights. And the only other thing I was going to touch on is really snow and snow-related activities. We've had kind of a busy start to the year and lots of changes in the weather where we go from snow to cold to melt back to cold. And so I think the crews are doing a good job considering what's been thrown at us. And I appreciate the public's patience as we go through it. But overall, I think things are what you'd consider to be pretty typical winter driving. We just haven't had it for probably 2 or 3 years. So I think everybody's getting into the groove. So, but overall, things are going okay. Any questions on anything there, or maybe something I didn't bring up?
I had one, just speaking on the snow removal and stuff, just because last year, obviously, we didn't have much of it. Just how much we've had this year, and just thawing, freezing, snowing, the difficulties that have come with that, and having to bring in some outside crews to help get caught up. Where does that put us, like, in budget? Like, if that was to continue through the winter, do you, see?
Yes. So we always budget for, what the average is. We've been looking at, our trends and do that. We always have a component that allows for contracted equipment because we assume we'll need some. If that was going to continue all winter, yeah, we would be overspending, and we would probably be talking to council about that. For this last little bit, we were burning up the last bit of the budget for sure, but also trying to be responsive to the fact that we haven't had snow for a while, and ensuring, and going into the holiday season, we always want to ensure. Really, the biggest challenge we had is the quick flip from winter to we saw the melt coming, and we knew what that happened a couple of years ago. If we can't get the snow dealt with and we go to 10 above, the challenges it can create. So, that's really why we brought in extra help. If it would have remained 10 or 15 below, we would have likely just managed it ourselves, because the roads, albeit they were a little rough, and nobody was really getting stuck, and we could have probably got through that in a reasonable amount of time. But the quick flip to above zero temperatures we knew was going to create some issues. So we constantly have to look at that. And then just depending on, and every situation's different. Our policy, we try and get it done within 6 or 7 days of a significant event, trying to get things cleaned up. So all those factors come into whether we bring in extra help.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Kevin.
Yep, thank you.
Next, diary. There's nothing in the diary. Consent calendar. I'd just like to lift actually 7 from the consent calendar. So I'll make the motion to lift 7. Can I get a second? Councillor Earl, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. I just wanted to lift letter 7. I just wanted to give a shout out to Ryan, Ms. Bailey and the team at the city. Obviously, this is it's a nice letter that was written and obviously meant a lot. You guys going above and beyond to make the switch in the arenas and the complications we had in September and October for the Dawson Creek Kodiaks, and all of them. But, it's just nice to see how much the team went above and beyond the call, Ryan, and it was obviously appreciated. And I know there was some bouncing back and forth, but clearly you guys maneuvered through that well. And so it was nice to get a letter like this, and also to the event center team as well. Like it speaks fairly highly in here as well. So I just wanted to lift that and just reiterate and thank Dawson Creek Kodiaks and Colby for taking the time to do this as well. It's not always often we get these letters. So thank you. Anything else on the consent calendar? No. Get a motion to accept the consent calendar as is. Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor McDonald. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. 15, no media. 16, recess to close. So those that are in the public that are watching, we are going to recess to closed. We'll probably be in that till 2:30. Maybe 3 o'clock, and then we will come back into open and deal with the remainder of this agenda, which is 2 items in 8 and then the budget in 9.3. So 16.1, resolution to move into the meeting of council closed to the public. Agenda items 5.1, section 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements. Agenda item 6.1, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages. Section 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvement. Section 92B, the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and provincial government. And agenda item 7.1, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of municipal services at their preliminary stages. Motion second, Councillor Apollonio. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. We'll just take as quick as possible, so whatever Carl needs, and then we'll get into closed. Back to order. So we're going to go back to item 9.3. There was some recommendations. I think there was 9 recommendations. Plus Councillor Parslow's. Tab, is it easier to deal with the ones that are already drafted and then do Councillor Parslow's? Okay. Just pulling them up here. All right. So, does anybody want to go at recommendation number 2? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 24 dash, oh, no, sorry. Recommendation number 2, 1-year trial period of sports flooring in Kin Arena. That council approve the Fieldhouse trial period at a cost of $218,000, funded within the current budget as presented.
Do we have to read all 3 of those?
I had to pick one.
Oh, one, okay. Sorry, seconded. Councillor Sudnick. Discussion. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I love this idea. I think it is going to be so good for the community. We're going to be able to have low barrier recreation for youth, seniors, and everybody in between. My only question is a 1-year trial enough? Should we be committing to a 2-year trial to make sure that all the user groups get the opportunity to make a switch from their current contracts with the school district and their sport flooring to becoming part of us? That would be my one question to staff through you, sir.
So through your worship, yeah, I mean, it's probably both have some pros and cons. I think there are some concerns with the 1 year, as you indicated. The 2 year, I guess there still might be some hesitation from these groups to give up what they've got for fear that after 2 years, definitely where they were may have found another user. And then if council goes, oh, this wasn't working and we're shelving it. So it's tricky. But on the flip side, I still think going with the trial, gives, I mean, not that if we said we were doing it and there was a problem, we could always back out of it down the road too. I mean, we've always got that option, but we recommended the trial just to ensure that, we were demonstrating to the public that we were going to take a good look at it and ensure it worked before we made, that final commitment. So I think 2 years still brings some issues with it of the other user groups. Right. Maybe not as much as 1, but I think it's still there.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I mean, I share Kyle's enthusiasm for sure, and will support this, but I too want to flag concerns about a trial period. I would say I would do it, period, no trial. It's going to happen. I just can recall, and Melissa may be able to give a more recent perspective on gym use in the school gyms, that it's limited, it's keenly sought after, and people will, if you say it's a trial, I think we won't get the uptake of the use of the facility because if it's going to close, they're going to lose their much cherished, I'm looking at you, Devon, here, cherished presence in the central gym to play badminton. But everyone, right, we know we have a shortage, and people who have it, I think it's a bit of a disincentive to fully engage with this new wonderful opportunity. So whilst I would definitely support the motion, I would rather the 1 year trial period would be something we forgot about, or we come back to and reconsider it very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I had a few comments on this. So, I think it's a great addition for the community. The other part of it is we have the flooring. So if we don't do this, we have a $300,000 flooring just sitting in a storage unit somewhere that we can't use anywhere. So I think we're forced to try and use it. My concern a little bit is that it's $500,000 for a year to operate this, increase to our operating budget. Also in our capital budget, we've got $125,000 going towards this just to test it for a year. That's a bit concerning to me, to invest 25% of this cost just to test it. So out of this 479, that's just in operating for the year, I'm assuming?
Through your worship, that's correct. That's solely operating costs.
So with operating and proposed capital projects, we're $600,000 to test this for 1 year.
Correct, with also the added caveat that if the trial period ends, there will be additional capital. Like, I just don't want you to assume that it ends at the capital investment that's in the 2025 budget. If approved, there'll be further capital needs, not only at the Kin Arena, but at the Ovintiv Event Center.
Because the ice plant there will need to be upgraded. Or what do you,
Yes, through your worship. So if this goes through and for a longer period of time, there's a couple of things. One, we know that the Kin Arena cement pad would need to be redone at some point in the near future, so that's a cost that would need to be done. We do know that the ice plant at the event center is coming to its end of life. I think it's 2026 or 27 is sort of the planning process. So there are some capital aspects regardless, one way or the other, for those facilities. Putting the sports floor in the Kin Arena would alleviate at least one capital expense, large expense of redoing the cement pad, whereas at the event center, due to the nature of some of the other events and activities that we have arrangements with, would need to be done regardless.
okay.
Yeah, so there's some other aspects, that is, if the event center, if the sports floor goes for a longer period of time or is there for indefinitely, you probably would be looking at doing some capital investments at the event center on that, I call it the north side of the building anyways, because that entrance that the ice users, thank you, enter, are really just designed as emergency exit doors, and there's no real vestibule, nowhere, it's just dirt right up to the doors, et cetera. So I think that you would be looking at an investment there as well, in all reality. Yeah.
Okay.
The further, which was identified as well as part of the capital, if the sports floor becomes a permanent item within the Kin Arena, right now, the investment in capital items at the Kin Arena for the short term is really some lighting, because it's very dim. Right now, the ice refracts a lot of the ice, light, but if you put a sports floor in, it becomes very dull. I would also make the argument that an enhanced lighting within the Kin Arena, as it is from now, would benefit whether it be a dry sports floor or an ice facility if it stayed at that. So I don't think that you should look at it as a either or. I think that investment would be a good thing regardless. Longer term in this Kin Arena facility for a sports floor is really the big costs, if it extends, is putting a divider so you can have, say, futsal on one side and volleyball on the other, and putting lockers in the locker rooms instead of benches, which is what you would want to, put your jacket and stuff in, instead of from a hockey perspective of, your bags and stuff as a team aspect. You'd want to change that out to some lockers from a longer term perspective.
So just while we're talking about Kin, I know this is a little bit different than the motion, but there's also a capital project to cover the entranceway at the front of $500,000. So maybe I understand a little bit why we do that, but I'm just not. Can I just get some clarification on, or should I ask that at a different time?
Through your worship, last year, 23, investment was redone to redo the exterior entranceway, the cement landing pad, the stairs, and actual access wheelchair ramp. And as part of the design was to put a canopy or an overhang over that front entrance. And so the pilings and everything were already designed and put into that point. This is the second part of it, which is the actual roof structure to extend over the front entrance so that when it rains or snows, whatever, is that front entrance prior to walking into the building, there's some shelter so the snow and that inclement weather doesn't come right up to the glass doors.
So I just, for clarification for my sake, are we planning to do that on the Memorial Arena, the curling rink, the event center? Because none of those have this as well. So if we're spending that kind of money on a capital project, is that the future plan? Like, is it already?
Yeah, so through your worship, the curling rink, we've already got designs to look to do the same there. Memorial has a bigger vestibule, that entrance one. The event center front entrance does have covered area as well. So it's just something that had been identified a number of years ago, a need. So it's been in the works for the building, really dependent, regardless of the use.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I was questioning it. I just, obviously there's stuff that's been in the works for a long time. I didn't know about it, so just to get the education, so.
Your worship. With respect to the curling rink, that front entrance, the stairs, and the ramp for a wheelchair is not accessible. It's not to code. Also, the stairs protrude further than the building, so they're really exposed to the elements. And the stairs are starting to, because of the cracking and stuff, is starting to break apart. So it's in need of a repair, but also as part of the repair would be a vestibule, not a vestibule, but an overhang to help protect that entrance from the elements as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. I don't know why yours keeps saying that, though. Good, vote is closed, and it's carried, one opposed, Councillor Apollonio. All right, recommendation 3. Councillor Parslow.
Recommendation 3, Growing Communities Fund. I'd like to move that Council approve 2.95 million from the GCF towards trail development projects that include but are not limited to the Rotary Trail, 17th Street bypass and Kin Park lighting projects.
I have a second. Councillor Sudnick. Discussion.
The reason I chose this option is, first of all, I'm totally opposed to the first option, but I do think this trail development and the 17th Street bypass, which might well be supported by the grant application, do a permanent, improve the community accessibility, transportation year-round, and much of it was identified in our strategic plan. So I'm choosing that one other than the bottom one, where I know there's lots of ways that money could be used to honor the strategic plan decision. So that's why I chose that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just based on our book, even though it's to approve 2.95, in our book, it's only about a 2.3 for those two projects. What would the other 600,000 go to?
through your worship to Councillor McDonald. I think what you would see is that once we get through, as these projects, if approved, move along, and if we don't get the grants, we would still proceed. If we get the grants, we would actually have more money, right, to do stuff. Let's say we don't get the grants. I think that the balance, I think you identified the $600,000, is that as part of the active transportation master plan. One of the other areas that we've identified for, I'm going to call it a trail enhancement or connector, would be across the top of Lepke Park from 17th Street to, is it Rotary Manor, across the top all the way down, up to the top of Rotary Manor, and then connecting by sidewalk to 8th Street, to 8th Street, 90th Avenue, yeah. So we'd be looking to connect across the top of the city as would be the next option.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Did I get that right?
Sorry. Can we do that for 600,000? Because originally that was a $6 million project to connect the two.
Oh, that was the whole loop to go up and around.
Okay.
Up to the 210, back down.
Yeah.
This is literally going from right north of the Forest District office.
Yeah.
We have a parking lot there that goes straight across. There's actually a trail system right now, a path across the top of Lepke Park that would connect all the way down to the backside of Northview and then down the hill and then straight up, is it 90th? Across 90th onto 8th Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak a bit to this. One, as much as I think these things are great, and I think, you know, obviously we got some grant application, I'm going to vote against this. I think, you know, I get the comments around the splash park, and I understand that. Originally, you know, we set some direction about a community hub, and I think we've created that in Kin Park. You drive by there at all times of the day. There's numerous people out there of all ages and demographic using the facilities. We've identified, you know, in a Parks and Rec plan that water is one of the top things the community wants and the kids want. We've put that out to the community. We've got numerous comments, mostly in support of it. Out of those in support of it, mostly in support of a tax increase. This report's coming without a tax, I mean, this is included in the 5.5. I think there's potential for partnership. The South Peace Oilmen, there's also a parent group. There's also some others that I've talked to that would potentially be interested in looking after the operational costs of it. The other thing, we have an unbelievable courts there, and we have no washrooms. So you have people of all ages, you know, having to go to the washrooms, and you're seeing it when you're there. They're going down. So as much as the splash park, I understand that. Some of it, I do. I respect everybody's opinion here. I do. But I don't know, just listening to the community, it's been since 2010. I mean, we're 15 years we've been talking about this. We have some funds that were given to us to do this project. We have partnership. We need water in there. We need washrooms. It is becoming an amazing community hub in the central part of our city that people are walking to all the time. They're using it. I get there's a drought and there's water things. This is a recirc system that does zero waste. We have approved one at a different facility here with a flow through that has more waste. You know, so as much as I understand that, and you know, yeah, I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this. I think the community, we've put it out to the community. We've asked them. They spoke. I know we need to be fiscally responsible, and we are. That's why we sit here and make decisions. That's why we reach out to the community. So as much as I'm in favor of these two, and I think they would come in another two reports that we have, I'm opposed to this motion because I strongly believe that we need to look at the splash park. And I believe that with that splash park in that area, with all the changes we've made there with basketball courts, upgrading the baseball, like it becomes a real community hub that brings our community together. And it's low barrier cost things that anybody in our community can do. And Yeah, it's just, it's my opinion. I've been through the process, you know, with the Growing Communities Fund and with the Splash Park engagement, and I just stand behind supporting it. So it's just my opinion on it, and yeah, so I'm going to vote against this. So. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for reminding me about the recirc component of the splash park that had that had slipped my mind. So my issue, as I articulated to the delegation this morning with the splash park, wasn't necessarily the capital component. It was the operational costs or potential operational costs. So included in the motion option is the phrase "an additional tax increase be incorporated into a future budget to cover all operational costs," meaning, I guess, anything that we can't raise or can't find matched in the community is going to be borne by the taxpayers. As long as people are okay with that, I can get on board with the splash park. I'm concerned about the usage, right? A water amenity is great for a month, a year, or, you know, whenever it's above 20 degrees out, which is not something we can really plan for. And I do worry, just kind of big picture, long term, that we as a community are always chasing the high of the next amenity and not learning to make the most of what we currently have. But the Growing Communities Fund, it is money from the provincial government. And my biggest concern, as I've noted before, was the operational piece of it, which we've always had a hard time getting a handle on. So provided that we are committing to funding that with additional monies and that the public has indicated they're willing to pay it, I can go along with that. But yeah, this is a tough one. It does. It definitely feels like a nice to have, when especially compared to the multitude of needs that have been identified in the tangible capital asset management plan. So, yeah, this is a very difficult decision.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Melissa, did you want to add?
So I apologize, sorry, in looking at this now, if we are talking about option 2, I would maybe recommend a change in language. Given we have interest revenue accruing each month in this pot, and we don't know, if approved, how long that would take to build. So instead, would propose that council approve the remaining Growing Communities funds to be allocated towards trail park development, just because 2.95 million, then we would probably likely have to come back because there'll be more probably likely available. So I just wanted to propose that.
Thank you. Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in support of putting this money towards Councillor Parslow's proposal for the trail and parks. Although, you know, the splash park idea is, it's a fun thought. That's one component of it. Second, in that area, you already mentioned cost of bathroom facilities. Those aren't inexpensive. One thing nobody's talked about is parking. Where do you support the people that are going to come down there? Safely park. It's already an insanely congested area for the activities that are happening there now. And I just see that dollar value for the very limited times, you know, has been noted that the temperature is above 20 degrees and people are going to go down and use a splash park. Letters of intent, letters of support for the project, those are nice and appreciated. That doesn't pay for the project. I can hand out letters of support for 100 different things. That doesn't mean they're going to necessarily be a good idea to continue with. I support a lot of things. I can't pay for a lot of things. So those are warm words, but it's not realistic. Unless there was a serious amount of fundraising to support a water park project, you know, the money's here and it's clearly burning a hole in some pockets. It's not a responsible purchase. I don't think it's a responsible expense. Fundraising for operational costs could go on for a year, could go on for 2. There's also the risk of relying on fundraising to operate an asset that we are ultimately going to be responsible for paying operational costs. I think the price tag for a project like that on today's dollars might be $3 million. What's it going to be next year? What's the ultimate end cost going to be? Huge risks, and I just can't get my head wrapped around a water park when the key component, besides money to build it, is the water to operate it. So I'm going to have to, I'm going to support Councillor Parslow's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Sudnick. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. As I was saying this morning, right, we've been in a water crisis for 5 years. We had to go into water restrictions last year, midwinter, and say to very, very good business people in this community who give so much that we were shutting their business down. Or we were taking away a key component of their business. We have staff who are trying to find ways at helping us with our water security, talking to provincial ministers, deputy ministers, provincial staff, and it's really hard to say we are in a water crisis, but please ignore this new water facility we just built. And I do realize that it is a recirc water and it's supposed to be zero usage, but it evaporates. There is usage there. And it just, the optics of it are terrible, in my opinion. Councillor Sudnick took away, or mentioned the parking. I think, Kin Park is already turning into a hub, absolutely, and it's very congested. And I think we need to be proactive about parking, bathrooms, before we add any more congestion to that area, absolutely. Wants are nice, and it would be wonderful to have, but I just don't think it's responsible for us to do right now. In the future, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Just not defending anything, but just to add one thing, the parking was addressed, because I think the playground area down there is eventually getting parking, and then the street frontage, so there is talks around that. But the other part is I know when we put our water restrictions in last year, it did impact some businesses, but just so you're aware, we've changed our policy moving forward in our bylaw. Those water restrictions won't impact, so just if you didn't remember that, just to put it in there. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question through you to staff to review. And I think it was 2027, the Growing Communities Fund has to be spent by. Is that correct?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Earl, that's correct, by December 31st, 2027.
And any interest gleaned from that also has to be spent as part of the fund?
Correct.
So it's not something, okay. So we have to spend this on one thing or another, and we have to get that capital queued up. All right, thank you.
One thing, so we go forward with this and we get those grants, we don't stop taking the grants, obviously, do we?
Sorry, Your Worship?
So if we go through with these two projects that we also have an 8.2, 8.3, we're applying for grants for them, those grants get approved.
Yeah.
We still have the Growing Community Fund then?
Yeah, so this will just leverage that and enable us to extend the amount that we're able to do.
Okay.
It kind of goes back to what Councillor McDonald was speaking to. We have our transportation plan will highlight a number of, gaps we have, and so it'll enable us to start to fill those gaps.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate everybody's feedback on this, and I understand democracy and how this works, so I will support whatever this council moves. I still am going to be opposed to this because I feel that even if it's not a splash park, that this is a Growing Communities Fund that is about growing a community, and I think growing a community hub downtown, whether that be a splash park or some kind of activity thing, I still feel that would be better use for the funds, but regardless, I'm going to call this motion. If there's no more discussion, so I'll call this motion. It was approved, 3 opposed, Councillor Earl, Councillor Kempf, and myself. That's carried. All right. Next, recommendation 4. Councillor Parslow?
I'd like to move recommendation 4, the second option. The council implements the AMP recommendation and increases the tax rate to 6.5% within the 2025 budget. Further, that the additional 209,606 in municipal property tax revenue be allocated to general capital reserves to address the infrastructure funding deficit.
Do I have a second? Second, Councillor McDonald. Discussion?
If I can speak to this.
Go ahead.
I moved this option because I do believe that we need to be proactively engaged in the long-term sustainability of this community. But I want to be honest, I'm not very happy with the wording of this, but I hadn't, in fairness, discussed it with Melissa. So I appreciate putting it in and raising our attention to this 1% thing. The reason why I would like to get Melissa's response to this, because I believe other communities have put this into a bylaw so that it happens every year. This is a one-year shot, right? But because I respect Melissa's knowledge, what's the reason for you doing that when, in your description of it to me and to council previously, it was a yearly thing we did? So I'm eager to hear your explanation.
So through your worship to Councillor Parslow, as soon as you started talking, I suspected that it was probably in regards to on an ongoing basis. And
Yes.
so, yes, once we start that 1%, the intent would be that would continue year over year, so that you're closing that gap. If approved, we would look at setting up a process that would probably have a separate reserve. And so we would continue to build that up. But yes, your 1 year isn't going to close the gap. So it would be nice to have direction going forward, especially with a 5-year financial plan amendment bylaw will be coming here in the next 6 months.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Discussion? I have some thoughts around this one. I guess, I know we obviously went through the asset management plan and it's concerning, there's challenges, but we're also not in a horrible position and we're not, falling apart. We have reserves and we're in somewhat good shape. So just how much do we have in reserves?
Through your worship, Melissa, I'll just dig that up. It's in the report.
Was it 74?
So to your worship, our total capital reserves is 27 million. Operating is 37 and then 3.4 in other, but for a total of 68. And
Okay.
then if you were to look at page 16 of the report, details previous years as well.
Okay, so I think, obviously I realize, and I think we appreciate that we have to look after our assets, and it's almost impossible to ever get to the point where we're perfect, but with all the pressures we're facing now and a tax increase, and we're gonna propose a 1% tax increase just to put another 209 into reserves, is that I mean, obviously, there's gonna be an asset management plan that comes with that, and it's gonna be put in, but are we in dire needs to be putting an extra $209,000 away a year when we have?
So through your worship, I mean, based on the plan, we know that if we do this, it's still going to take us 20 years to get to the capital spending threshold budget that we need to on an annual basis. So although we've made some headway on, on the reserves, if council wishes to take action on that plan or move towards it, then this is, that's the recommendation that came out of it. It's going to take time. We're not going to solve it. We're not going to solve it today or tomorrow, but it will take time. And if we delay it, it'll just take more time. We've made some good strides with, looking at the budget. One thing that I noticed is, like I said, in the water and sewer, we're moving things into reserves that we haven't in the past.
Yeah.
We're building reserves that we didn't have in the past. We're able to pay for paving instead of borrow, which we weren't able to do not that many years ago. So that's a good news story. Unfortunately, the flip side is there's still a ways to go. So,
Yeah.
but that's really what council wants to do.
So then I guess that plan came forward by accepting this, then like what Councillor Parslow said, then it would be just kind of annually we would do that, or would that be another report that would come back to us, or a policy, or like he talked about?
Yeah, so through your worship, what I would foresee is, it's kind of like the paving levy. We started that, we're doing it, it's working. But I think you'd want to, I don't know if it's a bylaw or a policy that we would probably wrap this up in. Again, any future council or any council on any given year has the ability to change that.
Yeah.
We can't tie future council's hands. But when you've got it into a policy or something along that lines, at least it's there, everybody knows. And it does feel like it has that staying power, but again, it can always be changed.
So I guess, would there be another option to opt into doing this year, but finding 1% room in our current operating budget to make room for this?
Yeah, so one option is that you could, because it says raising it to 6.5, that's making the assumption that at the end of the day, we end up with 5.5 plus 1.
Yeah.
There's a number of decisions yet to make that may change that. So really, what council's deciding right now is, are they wanting to add the additional point that's specific to asset management on top of whatever the tax rate ends up to be whenever we go through all these decisions. But you're certainly able to suggest or add, or that 1 point comes at a savings.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl?
Just, I guess, through your staff, your worship, with respect to follow-up on the capital, tangible capital asset management presentation we saw in September. That was not the final that was kind of a preliminary document. And from what I understood, that was kind of a, peek at what was to come, but not kind of the final word on the matter. Am I?
Through your worship to Councillor Earl, that is the finalized presentation.
Okay.
It was probably a summary of the full document that staff received, but that's it. The only thing that was still to come, I could scroll back in his presentation. It was the thing that many municipalities don't do in taking the second step in their asset management plan. And I'm sorry, it's escaping me now, but this was the finalized plan on the condition of our assessments and what we need to be putting away each year.
Okay. So that 6.5% was unlikely to change based on kind of the average municipality of what's needed to get where we need to go.
Well, through your worship, it's the 1% added on to whatever tax rate. It's that additional 1%, which is specific to asset management is what we need. Not necessarily 6.5 or 5.5, but it's the one additional percent.
And the current projections on this year's budget don't include any lift to the Peace River agreement either. It's assuming
We have a
stable
conservative
year over year. Yeah.
estimate at this point, yes. We've kept it static with what 24 levels were.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Well, yes, I won't repeat too much, but again, if we were going to have a capital asset plan that we could actually work with, we needed to spend 10 million a year more on capital projects. To get there, this proposal is a slow climb to that point, so that future generations know that we can fund the replacement of our capital assets in a timely way, and that it will be funded from this fund. Many communities are doing this. You'll hear on the news, like Prince George was the last one I heard. They have a tax increase of 5% plus 1% added for the infrastructure thing. We can either set a sound platform for future generations, or we can not move forward in this regard. It's a choice. I know where I would want to, a legacy I would like to leave is a sound platform. Thank you.
Isn't it 27 million a year? Or was it 10 million?
10 additional million.
10 additional. Yeah, I'm not opposed to this. I'm just opposed to the tax increase. So
We could cut 5.5 down to 4.5.
well, we can find the percent somewhere else. Yeah. All right. Any other discussion? No. All right. I'll call this motion to vote. One more. Vote is closed. It's carried, one opposed, myself. Next report, recommendation. Councillor Parslow.
Public Library, recommendation number 5, that council approve the full grant increase of 42,000 for the public library to be funded within the current budget as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Earl. Discussion. Councillor Earl.
I'm in favor of this, obviously. You know, the public library is one of the institutions in town that I think operates on a pretty modest budget and doesn't ask for much in the way of increases very frequently. I would note that of the various sources of funding it receives, the provincial government continues to be underfunding their component of it, and I don't know that they've increased the amount other than in the form of one-off grants to public libraries over the last 10 years. I'm sure Councillor Apollonio, who's the liaison for the library, could reiterate this, but no, I think especially given the potential for public libraries, as the mayor noted earlier, that area around Kin Park has become a downtown hub. The fact that they're now lending out disc golf stuff to people, the potential for other forms of cultural enrichment above and beyond what people traditionally think of as a library, the services they offer to seniors and other people that need help with technological literacy and signing up for things online, certainly during the Canada Post strike, I'm sure is much appreciated. Summer reading program and just a myriad of services they provide. I think there's a lot of value to be found in the library and a lot of potential for the organization to grow. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? Councillor Apollonio.
Oh, just thank you, Your Worship. Just speaking on behalf of the public library because I'm the liaison. I know the board is really working hard, and I know how the financial is doing well. They're really prudent. They're really conscientious about anything, spending, grants, applications, something like that. So with this kind of increase, I think that's a good move, opening the library like longer hours for the public. So many people can come to the library. So.
Thank you, Councillor Apollonio. Any other discussion? I'll call this motion. Who made the motion? Councillor Parslow and Councillor Earl, sorry. I was like, did I ask that? But yeah.
It's getting late.
One more to vote, please. Good. Vote is closed. It's carried. So we got recommendation 6, which is RCMP, but in my book it goes public library crosswalks. Was that missed as a recommendation? Melissa?
Through your worship, we didn't have a recommendation for crosswalks, given that it could be incorporated within the current line painting budget. I wanted to still include it in the report, though, because the first motion on the crosswalk was for it to be included in the budget, and then for consultation with relevant stakeholders, as well as the policies being worked on. But if the end design or desire that if this proceeds and it is something elaborate, that won't be able to be incorporated within the line painting budget. So in the report, it states that if it's a simple design, it can be included within the current budget.
Okay, when we talked about crosswalks, bridges, photos, we directed the city team to bring a policy forward, so how come this is, I know it was meant to at the time to be brought forward, but we're still gonna get that policy before this would move forward? Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. With respect to recommendation number 6, additional RCMP members, I move that council maintain the current RCMP contract strength at 25 members. I'll speak to it if I can get a
Do I have
second.
a second, Councillor Sednick?
Obviously, public safety is top of mind. Having said that, we have been allocating for 25 members for as long as I've been on council, and I don't know that we've, other than maybe once or twice for a couple months, ever reached a full detachment. So putting more money away for more members that we don't, that only exist as a line item in a budget, I don't think is the best use of our limited resources.
So through your worship, just for clarity, we know we're spending basically the full allotment for 25 on less than 25 because of overtime. And so what that brings is the continued overtime does put a strain on workload. Now, if you budget for 27, what are you going to have? You're still going to have overtime. You're still going to have less than a full complement likely, but the hope was you would have less. But, and that was the reasoning behind the request. So I just wanted to make sure you were clear on that.
Yeah, I think it clarifies it, like if the number was 27, that we would probably get closer to that 25 members, which would alleviate overtime, but you still have to budget for the 27.
For the
so it's
27,
tough.
and in some
Still a
years.
cost.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see the RCMP fulfill the existing allotment commitments before we preemptively, basically we're pricing into how we budget it that we're going to be short 5 people at any given time. So we have to budget for 27 in the hopes of getting 22 as opposed to budgeting for 25 in the hopes of getting 19. Seems contrary to me.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I know that a number of municipalities that I know a little bit about, they count on the fact that the RCMP complement will not be reached to ensure that they'll have a bit of money left, so they've got a surplus. That's true for Prince George, for sure. Public safety is important, but I'd like to see some metrics on this somehow, and I don't know what they would look like, so I've not asked in it. But what I'm looking for here is, okay, what's the likelihood of us ever getting a complement of 27, or actually having 25 boots on the ground, so to speak? Where has there been some measurable gains in people's perception of being safe and secure in their community when you go from 25 to 27? because we know that I guess 70% or more of the recruits that come here are straight out of Regina. They're not experienced officers. And I don't think you could do anything to improve the retention of officers. We are where we are. We have the climate we have. And I don't think I know my daughters, when they started, they appreciated the overtime. You know what I mean? They had loads of overtime and they were glad because, start off I forget the figure, but they started off at maybe 70,000, but they were making 100,000 in their first year, and they appreciated it to get started. So I don't know if the overtime is a deterrent for new recruits. But I do think that we've got to look creatively about how our manpower is used. It irks me to no end that RCMP time is consumed so much waiting at hospitals. And one of my hopes, if we ever do one of the asks in the task force, the asks of council from the Homeless Committee, is you look at what other municipalities are doing, because some places have what they call safety officers. And those safety officers are trained, and they relieve the RCMP from their hospital-bound duties. That might be more cost-effective and a better use of our RCMP time if that was a possibility. But I'm not an expert on it. But this is if we implemented this, would be to the city a $360,000 touch, which is about 1.7% tax increase. So I find this one difficult, but I can't support. So I'm going to support the motion that I understand it to be the second option. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
My hearing's bad on this side. Yeah. So I'm going to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I would much rather us invest in more RCMP members and public safety. That amount of overtime for those who are trying to keep our community safe in these very trying times equals tired, equals the inability to be quick decision-making, et cetera, et cetera. I would much rather us invest in more members in the hope that we get closer to that 27 or that 25, however you want it to be, than we are now.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any other discussion? No? I'll call this motion. Everybody clear on the motion that's on the floor? All right, I'll call this motion. Vote is closed. It's carried, 3 opposed, myself, Councillor Kemp, and Councillor McDonald. All right, recommendation number 7. Somebody? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. For recommendation number 7, I will take the last one. The council directs staff to maintain the vacancy factor and additional interest on investment within the 2025 draft 1 budget. Further, that the resulting operating surplus of $701,000 be transferred to the capital fund.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp, discussion. I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried, 1 opposed, Councillor Parslow. All right, recommendation 8. Councillor Earl.
Your worship, I'll move first option that council approve the strategic plan support of $286,000 to be funded within the current budget as presented.
Thank you. Councillor Earl, do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick, discussion.
I know we're reconvening in January, so I'm not sure to what extent these numbers might be subject to revision based on what comes out of there. But I assume that would be captured in subsequent drafts of the budget.
Through your worship, yes. I'm not 100% sure if some of these, yeah, I think that's probably how it would go. If there's a change, well, it would reflect that, after our strategic plan update.
And just some clarification, I guess, once again, your worship, through you to staff, this $286,000, is this, I guess, supplementary to what council has already approved as part of the strategic plan? Is this phase of the strategic plan? And as we move forward in subsequent years, other components of the strategic plan are going to require a line item as well?
So I'll let Melissa answer, but I'll just give you the, so yes, the strategic plan has a number of things that are going to continually need to be budgeted for. And so as we get to them, we'll be bringing them forward through the budget process. And Melissa's got a list of what those ones are, the major ones.
Yeah, these were, so through your worship to Councillor Earl, these were the items that I identified within the operating fund. And larger items, there's some smaller items included that I didn't need to list each individual item, but that support the plan of what we said we were going to try to achieve within 2025. So the 2026 budget will likely include different additions for different items.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it for me now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I've lost my, what was this?
We are
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
strategic plan funding.
Yeah, just, I had some comments on this, but I've lost track of them. So the strat plan funding, there was one topic I wondered it was involved. Have you got staff come into council at our strat plan meeting in January with some suggested, let's call them removals, because of the pressure of all the other work that's going on?
So through your worship, I mean, I think we're going to have some things identified that maybe we haven't taken action on yet or something like that, because there's some things that, we're moving on that might be a little tougher to unwind, but yeah, we'll be able to have those discussions. We'll have our lists of what we've worked on and what we haven't.
So are there topics listed in the current budget, this $200,000?
Yes, page 21 of the report, under strategic planning, lists the bigger items. So you got facility audit to support hosting events, establishment of a volunteer database, trail enhancement at Lepke and Chamberlain Parks, refresh downtown historic displays and signage, completion of signage master plan, asset management software implementation, Main Street revite, and incentive program planning, and some downtown amenities, which are
Right.
garbage cans, trees.
So
lighting,
these are all likely to stay, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good. That's really my thoughts. That's good.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I will call this motion to vote. Or sorry, is there any more discussion? I'll call this motion. Vote is closed. It's carried. Recommendation number 9, South Peace Mile Zero Park Society.
So move.
Councillor Earl?
Oh, did Councillor Parslow's move count, or do I need to read it out?
You gotta.
Okay. Recommendation number 9, that council authorize staff to send a letter to the Mile Zero Park South Peace Mile Zero Park Society requesting the submission of detailed capital project proposals, comprehensive budgets for consideration in the 2026 budget process by June 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Aller. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Any discussion?
I think this is a perfectly fair-minded ask. I appreciate the effort of the volunteers that give so much to make the Mile Zero Park what it is. But in the interests of responsible government and responsible budgeting, we need to know what's expected of us before it's expected, not, within 2 weeks of an ask or somebody surprising us. So I think, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? No, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, it's carried. All right, so next we would have recommendation number 10, which would go to Councillor Parslow's letter. So the kin, your first one, upgrades to the kin, has already been dealt with. Second would be refurbish and equip meeting rooms at KPAC to permit the facility to function as a center for creative arts. What would you like your motion to be on?
So, in my memorandum, I state, I've submitted a memorandum to Council concerning some of these matters, which I assume will be discussed at our strategic planning update meeting. So, I think as some of these things are not covered in our strategic plan, Council needs to decide if they're going to be. These are emergent items in my mind, some of them. So my intention was that we discuss them at the strategic planning, but if you want to, because no one's got any figures on this. KPAC, as an example, is something that's on our agenda for other reasons, right?
Tab, what was the original motion? Why would this was added to budget? Was it not to deal with this today?
Sorry, through your worship, could you repeat your question?
Just Councillor Parslow's late item that was brought in to new councillor business. What was the motion made at that point?
It was to consider the inclusion of the above mentioned items, which you noted in the memo, in the 2025 draft budget.
Okay, so
Further, that they discuss the items at the strat plan review.
So the motion is to discuss it in the 2025 draft, which we're doing right now.
It was draft 1, draft 2.
Okay, so you can just, so as long as we review it at strategic, this gets added to the list of things that will.
Yeah, I thought we'd have a wholesome discussion at the strat thing.
Okay.
And I have some material that, I mean, just to.
Well,
yeah, let's leave it for.
if we're not going to deal with it now, let's just leave it till, if you're fine with that.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you're.
No,
yeah.
I'm very fine.
Okay.
And I just, what we would discuss them at that time. is
Okay,
fine.
so then we'll just know to bring that to the strat plan? Okay, thank you. So then there's nothing else in 9.3, we're good? Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. And if I mind your agenda here.
There's other items in the budget.
We're gonna go back to 8.2. We have a letter from, was there something else? That was right, okay. All right. We're gonna go back to 8.2. We have a letter from the grant writer, City of Dawson Creek, October 29th, 2024, regarding a request for resolution of support for proposed application to BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grant, Kin Park Lighting. Councillor Earl.
Move the resolution the City of Dawson Creek supports the grant application of the BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grant for the city's Kin Park Trail Lighting Project with an estimated value of $1,333,931.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.3, letter from grant writer, City of Dawson Creek, received on October 25th, 2024, regarding a request for resolution of support for proposed application to BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grant, Rotary Trail, MUP 17th Street Bypass. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move that the City of Dawson Creek supports the grant application to the BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grant for the city's 17th Street Rotary Trail Network Connections Project with an estimated value of $962,617.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? No. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I believe that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all done. Do we need a motion to adjourn?
Just point.
Councillor Earl, second, Councillor Sudnick.
Sir.
We don't need a motion to adjourn, do we?
Charlie talks again.
Call it.
When will we discuss items in the rest of the budget we wish to raise? There are other items. I mean, all we've done is voted on some things that you have brought forward for decision, which was great. But there are other things in the budget that need explanation. I don't think we should do it now.
No.
We've been long enough in this meeting. But as example, why did the transit budget go up 22.4%? I have a number of those sort of questions. And questions around the Dakota, the stabling fees and the revenue we get from that sort of thing. We can leave those for draft 2, but
Yeah. I would say
needs to be discussed.
if yourself and other councillors have those questions, it'd be great to get them in advance, and then we could prepare, it'd speed up, save a lot of time. We could pull all that information together and have those.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Do we need a vote to adjourn?
Oh, that was me, sorry.
I don't think I voted either. Vote is closed. It's carried. Thank you, everyone.